Yeke malo when I wo the way you go. Kedizi kosi man. Yakelize when I mili malo when I wo the way you go. Never ever. Ebari amu begwani mwa na mu masibili ebiziali ebiziali mamula namu bari amu rakani mwa na mu masibili ebiziali nibiri bueno zon yego keliza baba tibo bodo yibo patazia namu namu.
We've got a lot of data coming in, a lot of decisions that are going to affect your area, particularly of the country. We'll start with England, looking at, just take a step back and look at this change in the share of different council seats around the country. Obviously, reform up by an extraordinary rate. And just look at the Labour Party. So Labour down all the way there, 1,355 seats down, only 2 up. And beneath the surface, you can see the changing complexion of England's local councils. And if you take those numbers and you plug them into the various models that we have, working out what this might mean across the country as a whole, the national equivalent vote, as it's known, this is what you get. So this goes back a few years, so you can see the broad picture here. And here's the most striking thing. Look at that turquoise line. So look at reform, up from basically 0, down a little bit from the last time where they were over 30%, but still 27% equivalent vote across the country if you kind of extrapolate these numbers. Whereas, look, the Conservatives up a little bit, but Labour going down, down, down in recent local elections. And the Green Party as well, with that performance, particularly in London, starting to reach up 14%, the same as the Lib Dems there. What happens, though, is the question, if you work out what that would mean, theoretically, in the House of Commons, if you were to append that, to apply that to the number of seats in the House of Commons. And this is what you get. Look at reform. So going from close to 0 all the way up to 284 MPs, short of an overall majority. But here's the striking thing too. Look, the Labour Party were previously, well, they are right now, on 400 MPs, just over 400. That would go all the way down to 110. An extraordinary shift from this landslide victory all the way down there. It is, of course, theoretical, but that's the kind of message from these numbers today, this enormous polling exercise, which is what it is, as well as a decision about local authorities. Then you've got Conservatives, Lib Dems, SNP as well. Have a look at this, OK? This is the interesting thing, is what does this mean for the picture of politics in the UK? And the two-party system, this is just totting up the two-party vote for the Labour Party, for the Conservative Party, going back to the 1970s. And look, for most of history, it's accounted for 50% or more of the total vote, but not anymore. And this is what people are talking about when they're talking about the end of two-party politics. The combined vote share of the two big parties, or the legacy parties, perhaps we should call them, down to just 35%. So real...
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me. And greetings to all the viewers out there, all the 23 viewers out there. Thank you all for joining, because you consciously and deliberately choose to join me today. I really approve. It's 24 now. They are going up. Thank you for joining us. Just to, create a kind of an idea of what the conversation is going to be about, and it's something that we have to say all the time. This conversation that is going to be had here today is not here to discriminate against any group, any religion, any gender, nothing. No, it's all about learning and trying to get to the truth of things. That is all it is. Sometimes to get there, you have to hear certain uncomfortable facts. Sometimes you have to hear things that you don't agree with. And other times you hear a lot of things you agree with. and we just have to hear each other out and try to learn from each other. And that way, we build knowledge. And the more you build knowledge, you understand the real world you are living in, your realities. You understand it more. And the better you understand your realities, the better you navigate it. It's like a man walking a house without light. But when the man gets a flashlight, you get to see better to navigate the rooms and all the necessary corners you need to go through to get to whatever you want from the property. And that's how the world is. You have to understand why truth is important, why getting to higher knowledge is important, because it's your ability to navigate reality itself. And what is closer to divinity than that? All right, so that is the purpose, not to, get somebody fired or anger people, but there is no secret cows here. Any topics can be brought up, and we are going to examine them, and everybody shall be able to have their say. And as long as your say is truthful, there's no reason why you cannot convince people. Because for me, I will support anybody that the truth is on their side. And if I support the person that the truth is on their side, you will not be shut down if you have something truthful to say that is important for people to learn. So feel free to join us, whether you're a new viewer or a returning viewer. Feel free to join us. So that is that on that front. So we just covered the UK elections that occurred recently, at least from this Sky News analyst. Clearly, the UK parties or people have chosen to vote for Reform Party, and the person or personality responsible for the Reform Party is the same individual, Nigel Farage, that campaigned endlessly, relentlessly for the UK to exit the European Union, which the UK eventually did just about 7-8 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, maybe longer. And he has been very influential in the UK politics, and now he seems to be on the path to ending up in the number 10. Number 10 is the Prime Minister's residence in the UK, and he may end up becoming Prime Minister, but that is still far from reality, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But what the election results says to us clearly is that first of all, Labour is useless. Their leader is very, very useless, because all he does is parrot the mantra of the Zionists. That's all he did. And then he also decided to abandon the people and started, catering to the elites, the so-called market economy, instead of Labour representing the people, being concerned about the people's plights. He moved away from that. And he's very, very ardent Zionist until recently when they attacked Iran. That's when he backed off a little bit. And but it was too late. It was too late, and I'm sure maybe politics had something to do with why he backed off. Then Badenoch, the Badenoch woman, Kemi Badenoch, that likes to badmouth Nigerians. She is the head of the Conservative Party. They went on to do relatively poorly, but not as poorly as Labour, because Labour was starting from a higher point. And she is holding on. That lady is tenacious. I have to give it to her. And I always said it, that if she is the kind of politician that doesn't fall until she rises, she will keep enduring. She will keep holding on until she rises. She's a tenacious one, and she may just make it onto the recovery of the Tory party, but that would take a long time. So I don't know how she's going to succeed, because it will be one of the most remarkable things for her to be able to do, to lead an opposition party that keeps losing and losing and losing until they win. That kind of consistency takes a lot of effort to pull that off, because in UK politics, when you lose, you fall on your sword. That's the normal demand. And the Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister, is probably facing similar calls now, and some people predict he's going to be gone by June. I'm not holding my breath on that. With the current terms type of election that they hold in the UK, whereby when you elect somebody, they stay in office for about, I think, 4 or 5 years now. And since they put that law, before it wasn't like that. A prime minister can step down almost any time. But since they put that law, they tend to hold on to it and not step down. So that is that. So we are going to be covering other news. There is also the issue of the Iran ceasefire that seems to be going up and down, up and down, up and down. And there is the news about Trump releasing the UFO files. Some people call it UAP files, unidentified aerial phenomenon or unidentified flying objects, depending on what you prefer. Trump has released some of the files, and I'll be playing some of those videos. And then the discussion that we had earlier on regarding the Chinese building of a Nigerian refinery, or kind of renovating the Nigerian refinery. I'm surprised that became a little bit controversial, because you would think that is something that is settled news by now, that if any company wants to renovate our refineries, they should go ahead, as long as it works and they produce petroleum that Nigerians can use. Since the Nigerian government and our Nigerian people cannot run it, what are we going to do? People need petroleum, and I think if Nigeria can produce more and more petroleum products, which is value-added manufacturing, that is very, very important for the country. We need to be earning more in dollars, and if it's through petroleum we build that momentum, so be it. Because right now Dangote refinery is doing a relatively good job of it, and it's scaling up. It's not only looking to scale up in Nigeria to 1.4 million barrels a day in the next 3-4 years. He's looking to do that with the current refinery in Nigeria. He's also looking to build in East African countries, which is something that was announced this week. So Dangote is doing a good job. You see the kind of impact one person can have in a democratic capitalist system, and I think this part of this democratic capitalist system is something a lot of Africans are behind. They are behind the curve on understanding the nature. We seem to think from the point of view of democratic socialism, not necessarily democratic capitalist this in a system, market force economic system, that where individuals can be extremely powerful. And that is how the West was built. Let's face it, that is exactly how the West was built. Not that all nations are built like that. The Chinese followed a different model. They had a semi-capitalist drive. You used to hear about the founder of Alibaba. Do you hear about him again? They reined him in and reminded him that he still belongs to a communist system. So that said, whatever works, and I don't know why that became a controversial topic. I've also shared the link for people to come in if they want to come and have a discussion. Not necessarily a discussion, just give us an idea of what they think of the week, because I think I would like to hear about things that maybe we've not actually covered before in the earlier session or now that I've not covered, so that there are news that might be quite pertinent that we've not heard of. So anybody that has any information or any topic that we've not highlighted and you think is worth highlighting, then you can bring it up. Sometimes it can even be local ones. So that is also welcome. And there is the news of Oshomole having a heated debate with Akpabio. Oshomole, a Nigerian lawmaker in the Senate, and Akpabio, the head of the Senate, that has been known to use his power quite almost in a perfect alignment with the executive in Nigeria. And he's also known to have had that serious altercation with Senator Natasha Akpoti of Nigeria. Most people thought she was treated unfairly. So that is, and now he seems to be having an argument with Oshomole. All right, so that is that. And I think finally, I guess I would say this is just about the news of the week. I don't know what it will mean. The issue of the South African Afrophobia, if you want to call it that. The South Africans have made themselves a serious topic, and because of, I wouldn't say it's all South Africans, of course, it's the Dudula South Africans, the ones that want African migrants to leave the country. They are the ones we are referring to here. And they've done a lot of things to trigger a lot of Africans recently. And they've attacked Nigerians, attacked Zimbabweans. In short, they've attacked any foreigner that is black. As long as you're black, you're okay. You're not. I mean, as long as you're black, you should leave. But if you're not black, you're okay. They are not going to come after you. If you're Indian, you're good. If you're European, you're good. If you're Chinese, you're good. But if you're black, get ready. The Dudula crowd, they are coming for you. They want you out of their country because you have been bringing crime and prostitution and drugs. You've been doing all those things to their women. So now they want you out. It's so bad, though. It's really so bad that they are even persecuting women that have children for foreigners. That is how horrible they become. Like, they are now persecuting women that have children for foreigners, not allowing even legal migrants. Now they are even targeting legal migrants too. So it's not a pretty sight. It's really not a pretty sight. And but one thing you can say for sure that is going on with the South Africans is, you might say the logic behind what they are doing is not sound, but you are not going to take away from them the fact that as a cohesive people, or as a people, they have appeared, at least sections of them have appeared to be more cohesive. They are able to come together and do something nationally to force the system to listen to them. So many of them argue that it is because that their state is not taking care of the migration issue, just like we Nigerians had to resort to generators because the Nigerian government is not providing us electricity. So we had to resort to generators. Same to them. They feel that one of them made this argument that why the government, they've been telling the government to take care of the immigration issue, but the government hasn't taken care of it. Hence why they had to act on their own now. So even if it is wrong. So you see what I mean? So this is kind of debate you hear from either side. And some of them will try to say that everybody makes an excuse. Africans like to make excuse for people that do wrong things and break the law, that we are trying to defend illegal migrants. I don't know where they get that idea from. I think some people even engage them in that argument, like, oh, they are trying to kind of, they are right. Why? Do you know that many Nigerians even support them? Like, some Nigerians will say, after all, is that what people did to the Southeasterners in Lagos? Or have you seen some of the bad things Nigerians are doing in their country? Some of them will be like, I've seen Nigerians do so many bad things in South Africa. They've done so many bad things that maybe South Africans are right to do what they're doing. Nigerians are quite interesting people in some ways. Because you can argue that they are very, very good people. They are so good that they're willing to hold their people accountable publicly. More than most will do. They'll come out openly and hold their people accountable. But sometimes it comes across as if we are self-harming, as if we are not united. I've seen many Nigerians encourage South Africans to attack Nigerians because they feel like the people that the South Africans are attacking are only Southeasterners. I've seen many Nigerians encourage Ghanaians to attack Nigerians because they thought that the people that the Ghanaians are attacking are only Southeasterners. That is not nice. Sometimes the people that are doing these things can be from the Southwest, and they can be from the South too. I've never really seen any. I think I've seen a case where a Northerner did it, but I've never seen a lot of Northerners do that. So I don't know why we do these things. And in the end, what did this lady in Ghana say to us recently? Did you hear her say Southeasterners or Igbo people? She was like Nigerians. She knew who we were. She called us Nigerians. She didn't say only Igbo. Nigerians should leave our country. The same thing with South Africa. We fellow Nigerians went and sold each other out and tried to say it's Southeasterners alone. When they came after us, is it not Nigerians that they kicked out? You refuse your identity because you hate your own country, because you feel like your country has not done anything for you. But just because your country hasn't done anything, hasn't done much for you, doesn't mean you are still not part of that country. You have to recognize that, and always, when you are doing things, you have to keep that in mind, that when you are bad-mouthing your country, eventually it's going to come back to bite you, even when you are doing it to people within your country. It's still you. It's like you bad-mouthing your own family. People are still going to look at you like, hey, yeah, you're still part of that family. So let's not pretend as if that is not affecting all of us. And you are going to see examples of how tribalism, discriminatory behavior is not, it kind of mutates. Sometimes it will show itself as tribalism, and sometimes within tribes, it will show itself as tribalism again. I don't know what you call it within tribes. Clanism? Is that it? What do they call discrimination between tribes? Within a tribe, what do you call discrimination within that tribe? I don't even know. Maybe it's clanism or whatever you want to call it. Or you will see some South Africans that are doing all these, do nonsense. They will go on and start discriminating against each other too. So what does that tell you? It tells you that people, when they want to divide, they will not rest. They will find a way to divide. Even when you give them what they want at first, then when they go to that smaller entity, they will divide again. When would you stop granting them what they want, especially when it doesn't allow your nation to move forward? The ones that want to build the country have to take control from such people. They should not let them, because now South Africa may actually face sanctions. I'm not sure Nigerian government is going to sanction South Africa, because Nigerian government, they are always quite, in short, Nigerians are a little bit, I don't know how to describe it, they're a little bit timid. Because we always think we have to be nice to everybody else. I don't know why we need to be that way. Because you can't keep encouraging bad behavior. In a way, that's what Nigeria is doing, actually. Because you can't say somebody slaps you today, you say, all right. They slap you another day, you say, all right. They slap you again, you say, all right. Do you know how many times South Africans have murdered Nigerians on the streets of South Africa? Do you know how many times that has happened? How can you keep saying, slap me again, slap me again, slap me again? You are encouraging bad behavior. And in a way, that's exactly what we do inside Nigeria too. That's why when somebody does something wrong, some people will be saying, oh no, he hasn't done anything wrong. And you can even see that as part of some of the accusations that they make against Nigerians is that we don't like to follow rules. Because we encourage situations that don't follow rules. Like the way South Africans are behaving right now, they are not following rules. They are not allowing the immigration officers to come and deal with illegal migrants. They go on the street and they kill Nigerians. What do Nigerians do to them? Nothing. They get away with it on and on and on. And we do that within our country too. You can't keep allowing people that do something wrong to be getting away with wrongdoing continuously. If you keep doing that, you are going to keep getting the result of wrongdoers. People will keep doing wrong on and on and on and on, and it will never end. If Nigeria does that with South Africa, they don't retaliate. We do that with Ghana. We don't retaliate, and internally we do that too, because we don't want to hold anybody accountable for anything. And the reason why we don't want to do that, because we know that will require us to actually be upstanding. And sometimes when you're upstanding, you will put your life at risk to be upstanding. To truly be upstanding, you put your life at risk. And Nigerians don't want to do that. They are not in that space yet, where they know that if they stay standing strong, it may cost them their life. They will not want to do that. They will let's calm down. Let's take it easy. Let's not aggravate the whole thing. Say whatever you like. South Africans, they stood their ground and they were not afraid to come after foreigner. They were not scared, even if maybe you can argue that some of these things are orchestrated, but they were participants too. They made it happen, and they made it happen for years now. It's been happening repeatedly. They've been hunting Nigerians and many African countries and damaging them. And I really think they should be taught a lesson. You can't keep, if you believe in Pan-Africanism, if you believe in national progress, you have to deal with wrongdoing. You can't keep forgiving wrongdoing. Our generals in the military, you can see the same behavior. They worry more about repentant Boko Haram sometimes than actually securing the innocent people. You can't, that mindset is totally upside down. The first headline should be dealing with wrongdoers. You have to punish wrongdoers. Then after the punishment is in place, you've instituted the punishment, then you can consider whether you can have mercy. Because by not punishing the wrongdoers, what message are we sending to the law-abiding people, to the people that want to do the right thing? If South Africa has done what South Africa has done, I actually think South Africa should be punished. Because so that other African countries don't copy it. Because tomorrow now, another African country will copy it. They will start discriminating against maybe South Africans this time. They will target South Africans. South Africans, get out of our country. Get out of our country. Is that what we want to see? Nigeria really need to take a lead on this one. I don't even know what the president is doing all this while. He's just been quiet, watching all these things happen. All we've had is they send our foreign minister now, Mrs. Ojukwu, if I'm not mistaken, to go and represent Nigeria and have words behind the scenes. What kind of words behind the scenes? They've been having words behind the scenes. Nigeria keep getting attacked. For once, defend our people so that our people actually feel that they belong somewhere. How hard can that be? How hard can you defend your people? How hard can it be to just defend your people? Sometimes even rhetorically, you don't even have to physically do anything. Come out open here and defend your people. How many people in Nigeria today were against what Oshomole said? I will ask the people in the chat right now, how many people were against what Oshomole said? If I hear anybody say you're against it, I will know from today, you're enemy of progress in that country. And some of you are capable of saying that. Like, how dare he defend Nigerians? So Oshomole came out and said they should, nationalize MTN and also that of DSTV because of what South African government is doing. I don't think they should nationalize it. I think if anything, they should either co-opt it and sell it to another private individual that is going to manage and run the company. Because for me, what I would do is I would say either you give our Nigerian victims in your country compensation, heavy compensation, or this will be the consequence. Because you can't keep attacking foreigners. You don't have a right to keep attacking foreigners because they send those foreigners there because they expect protection. If they break the law, punish them. If anything, even invite us, we will help you punish them. But don't just start attacking our innocent citizens. And you people have done it. For me, I would look at it from the point of view that you've done it repeatedly. It is time to pay up. If you don't pay up, there will be consequences, period. And that kind of behavior, you have to enforce it continent-wide. I believe if Nigeria goes ahead with this, other nations will support Nigeria. Because you can't encourage this type of behavior where Africans will be attacking Africans constantly. When you go to their country, they will leave the Europeans and attack fellow black people. This is a serious moment because this stuff has become almost African now. Like, it's almost African-wide, especially within the sub-Saharan African continent. Maybe it may not play large in the world geopolitics and in the world this zeitgeist. But right now, this is continent-wide in terms of the sub-Saharan African continent. Everybody is talking about this. Everybody is aware of this. And they have to make an example of what South Africa has done. Because if you don't make an example, tomorrow I can assure you it's going to happen in one other country again. They might even target Nigerians again. What has Nigeria done that Nigeria deserves to be targeted this badly? Some people even argue that it's because Nigeria is the most important country in Africa. There is an agenda to incite Africans against Nigeria, so that if you incite Nigerians against Africa, Africa will never rise. That is, if they keep doing that, Africa will never survive. I even heard somebody said, this was not a Nigerian, no, I think it was even an American. He said, Africans are supposed to be acting like, what did he describe it? Like, he gave an impression like ants that are supposed to be supporting their queen, and which is supposed to be Nigeria. That's how Africans are supposed to be behaving. Not the other way around, where we keep all of them keep attacking Nigeria. Since they've been doing it for the last 20, 30 years, how far has Africa gone? It hasn't gone anywhere. It's like East Africa constantly going after Ethiopia. They don't want Ethiopia to have access to the sea. There's something about Black African that is so stupid. Actually, I'm sorry to say, there's something about us that is quite downright stupid. Because if you look at Ethiopia now, Ethiopia outnumbers all the countries surrounding it. And the country that is preventing Ethiopia to have access to the sea is about 1/5 the Ethiopian population. And one of them is barely even 1/10 the Ethiopian population, which was Eritrea. Blocking Ethiopia access to the sea, in other words, tying Africa's hand behind his back. Ethiopia is far more powerful than Yemen. But Yemen can control the access to the Red Sea. But Ethiopia can't. This is what we do. We handicap ourselves constantly. Let's not do anything. Let's pretend as if everything is going to be all right by itself. It's not. And Africans need to stop attacking Nigeria. Enough of it already. Personally, I don't see any logic in attacking Nigeria constantly. Yes, Nigerians commit crimes. How many countries don't commit crimes? Punish them. Nobody is asking you not to punish them. Work with Nigerian police. I don't even know why Africa doesn't have a kind of African police network. You know, why don't we have an African law enforcement network that kind of shares information about criminals? Why are we not working on those sort of things? Instead of all this nonsense that keep occurring all the time. Europeans, they do that. When you commit a crime in the UK, I don't know about now that UK has left the EU, but generally they have a database that they share information all the time about criminals moving from one country to the other. They are able to track them down and arrest them relatively quickly because of it. Why can't we do that in Africa? It's just an IT network that you need to set up, and with reasonable security, that's it. You can be able to share information appropriately. Do you know how, man, Africans, we are really dysfunctional, man. You know, one day I saw a video of a Kenyan that is coming to Nigeria, and what he said really, really angered me to no end. He said he spent more than one day trying to get into Nigeria, and in the end, before he saw a Nigerian pay to get inside Nigeria, a Nigerian had to pay to come inside Nigeria. This is how our system has become so debilitating. And we are the ones doing it to each other. Fellow Nigerians doing that kind of stuff to fellow Nigerians. And you wonder why foreigners will insult us. This type of behavior, when we see it, we should all as Nigerians condemn it wholeheartedly. When you go to that Nigerian border, you see Nigerian people behaving badly, holding you hostage for no reason. All of you should condemn that police officers or the customs officer that are doing those things. Because this culture has remained like that for quite a long time. When is it going to end? That is what I say. Let me see what Obi No is saying. And he says, let me highlight your comment. Let me take this off first. I'll take the other one off. I think I'm going to be playing the video soon so that everybody can see what the video says. Let me see your comment. Your comment says, that's wrong. DSTV already belongs to Canal owned by France. Forefathers, Igbo man brought and partly own MTN. Okay, that's interesting comment for you to say that the Igbo man partly owns MTN. I didn't know that. How much stake does he have? Because South Africans are not disowning MTN as it stands, you know. But if an Igbo man owns a share, then it means that you can transfer almost all the shares to the Igbo guy now. If South Africans are misbehaving, after all, is it not mostly Southeasterners and South people that they are maligning in South Africa? So it makes sense to transfer the shares. You are in a way providing a solution now. Transfer the shares to them. Somebody needs to get them to understand that they can't keep killing Nigerians. That said, Fulanis are doing the same thing, you know. So you can also say that we allow the, all these jihadists and all these people causing insecurity and bandits to be getting away with it either. The entire thing is a whole holistic thing. There's something about us that just allows bad things to keep happening to us. Why do we allow it? Nigeria as a nation is one of the best nations in the world. If you are looking at it from the point of view of being generous, being selfless, we are one of the most selfless. In short, we are the most selfless nation in the world. Look at that. Boom Boom Ray said that they will sue us into oblivion. They can't. They can't. See, remember Boom Boom Ray, I did say that they should compensate the people that they lynched against the law. They should compensate them. If they refuse to compensate them, there has to be consequences. They can sue all they want. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, the South Africa geopolitically are in trouble because the West is against them for what they did with Israel. And most parts of the world don't like what they are doing in terms of these are racist attacks. Or it's not even a racist attack, it's more of an Afrophobic attack. Most parts of the world don't like what they are seeing. They did that with Chidema too. It's been going on. So I don't think they are standing on a very, very strong grounds. It's like saying that Gaddafi will sue the world to oblivion. What are you going to sue? You are the one doing the maligning. You are the one killing people. You have access in our country. You should also be able to compensate those people that are being attacked, because we are not attacking you in Nigeria. We are giving you good business. Nigeria provides about 230 million people access markets now to MTN. We are doing good business with MTN just fine, and they are making millions every month. So why can't they compensate the people that have been wronged in South Africa? If you don't compensate them, then you face the consequence. Somebody has to pay. Personally, I just feel like we have to start setting an example with bad behavior. For me, it's common sense. So it's not even like rocket science. It's just obvious. You're supposed to do that. That's what we do with children all the time. If a child misbehaves, you correct the child. Sometimes you have to actually reprimand them. So you can't always leave nations to just be behaving like that on the continent. And Nigeria has a duty as one of the most powerful ones to actually assert itself. But this current president is almost like he's too focused on some of the internal machines of the state that perpetuates power. He's not focused on actually building Nigeria as a nation to actually be able to assert itself out there. I don't see any trajectory there, because he hasn't even made any comment, anything regarding this issue at all. But that said, we are going to be going back to the Nigerian space to play that video. I'll play it briefly. I'll play the video for the UFO one briefly, and I'll play a skit about this, the way South Africans are behaving. This is not to malign the entire South Africans. This is just to highlight some of the paradox and the funny aspect of everything that has been happening, how ridiculous it is sometimes. And I'll play some of the videos of fellow South Africans reacting to what that lady that is leading the Dudula, movement against foreigners said too. So let me just start with this, and I can see what you all are saying there. Claims for sure. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Do you want us to join you tomorrow morning? No, you can join me. You can join now. Share the links. Hey, stop it, AY. You see, AY, you already started trolling right from now already. You're already trolling. So I've already shared the links. Let me just play this video of the Chinese one first. It's quite long, so I'll try to keep it short. Then go with the UFO one and go with the Nigerian one. You will see it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ine, I can hear you very well.
Awesome. They wanted to steal our steeds, but we won't allow. We have to talk about our refineries, maybe. And now that we're here, I don't know if there's a light of hope, or everyone is just waiting and watching to see this new MOU between Nigeria and China if it's going to bring any sort of life to our refineries?
I will say it's very much the latter. Remember, this is just an MOU. Work hasn't necessarily started, and the details of how this Chinese firm is actually going to go about this rehabilitation effort is not yet very clear. So let's just say that the fact that the conversations are happening points to the right direction, right? But the conversation around the fact that this is not the first time that we're hearing conversations around rehabilitation. I mean, since 2010, there has been, thousands and millions of dollars pumped into rehabilitation of these two specific refineries that continue to, gulp administrative costs for the government. So, in my opinion, first of all, the fact that we're having conversations around this is good. But there's more work for the NNPC to really sensitize Nigerians and, even more importantly, remove investors from that wait and see approach to more of actively engaging positively with the news, simply because this is not the first time we've had conversations around rehabilitation of the refineries, and more so because this is just a memorandum of understanding. We don't yet know if the deal is going to fall through and for how long it's going to take before the refineries begin to, come online. In the way they should. But overall, I will say that assuming that this MOU pulls through and the Chinese firm actually gets to work and these refineries begin to produce refined petroleum products, the best way to explain how this would positively impact the Nigerian market, so to say, will be how we are beginning to experience some level of price discovery with Dangote refinery coming online. There will likely be an increase in the supply of refined petroleum products. So this is more speaking into the medium and long term now. If the supply increases, prices would likely remain stable, because now Nigerians would not only get from domestic or state-owned refineries, but also from the Dangote refinery, and that would allow for more competitiveness in prices and, of course, an increase in supply. But again, this almost sounds like wishful thinking, because this is not the first time that we're having these conversations.
I'm glad you brought that aspect, because I mean, it will take a lot to convince Nigerians. And another thing is, perhaps if the government does things differently now, they tell us they have signed an MOU. We don't know the content of the MOU. We don't know the timelines of that MOU. We don't know the details of it. We don't know the condition attached to it. We just hear and we're expected to celebrate that the government has signed an MOU with China to revamp our refineries. I think Nigerians need more.
I do agree in that sentiment, simply because when you look at governance and you look at the relationship with the governed, there's a lot of transparency, there's a lot of trust that goes into conversations like this. And unfortunately, the Nigerian government hasn't done a very good job in ensuring that people are, happily sensitized about the moves that they make, the policy decisions that they make, and how it affects them. Simply because when we even take a look at the most recent events from the reform period, FX and, the removal of petrol subsidy, those are long-lasting policy changes that, on my own end as an economist, we have clamored for this for a very long time, simply because we know how bad it had been hurting, the government's coffers. But more importantly, as a human being and as a Nigerian, you realize the gap between how that policy was implemented and the true impact it has had on Nigerians, and the fact that the government hasn't done a good job in, bridging that communication gap and ensuring that people are actually aware that this is a policy that's going to impact them. And this even goes as far as the quality of life that our public office holders live versus how Nigerians are living. That's the biggest indicator of how wide and how deep this trust deficit between the public office holders and Nigerians have become. And not until that trust deficit is significantly bridged, I think that these conversations about Nigerians less celebrating things like this will continually be the case.
Do the rules of the Senate. I don't want to be accused of executive arrogance. That's why I keep tolerating these things. Please, there's no new senator any longer. There's no new senator any longer. Let us try our best to abide by the rules here. I've said if you're a policeman, you will wear police uniform unless you are in investigation. If you're a soldier, you must wear the army uniform. If you're a senator, you must go by the rules. Am I right? So point of order, you are ruled out of order. Page what?
Mr. President, distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole, please be guided. Be guided. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole, I am now invoking powers conferred to the office of the Chief Whip to order you to resume your seat and be guided by the ruling of the presiding officer. I am saying so in my capacity as the Chief Whip of the Senate. Be guided. Be guided. Be guided. I don't want to.
So, distinguished Senator, we shouldn't just go home, fill form, contest election, come here without knowing anything about the rules. Order 20 sub F says that the Senate President shall interpret the rules. I didn't write this. So, please, Senator Oshimole, for the last time, if you become unruly in the Senate, we will use these same rules to take you out of the Senate. So this is the last warning.
Of ceasefire. Donald Trump last night insisted the ceasefire in Iran is intact, despite the US and Iran exchanging fire over the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. The US says that it was responding to incoming threats, while Iran says America had launched an unprovoked attack. And none of this bodes well for the one-page document Trump wants Iran to sign off on to try and get a peace deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Trump, who is obviously across all of this, described last night's exchange of fire as a trifle. But he also said that you will know when the ceasefire has been broken because...
They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
And if you're wondering why Donald Trump appeared to be giving a press conference from the bottom of a drained swimming pool there, keep watching to find out. I'm Mikey Smith, and this is your roundup of all of the wild...
They're giving a letter supposedly tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Do you think they're slow-rolling it? Do you think they're intentionally slow-rolling the process?
We'll find out soon enough.
You'll find out soon enough, says President Trump, telling reporters he expected a response from Iran last night on a proposed peace deal to end the war and, of course, that regime's nuclear program.
It comes after U.S. forces say they launched defensive strikes against Iran after their ships were attacked in the Strait of Hormuz.
So, can we expect an update soon? We're going to bring in retired Army Colonel and former CENTCOM Communications Director Joe Buccino. Joe, welcome to the show. Really great news to hear that the president believes we may finally see a peace negotiation, some sort of settlement here between Iran and our country. Do you have an idea of why we haven't heard it yet at 7:30 a.m., or is that pretty normal? We'll get something maybe a little later in the morning.
No, I anticipate we'll get something back today, probably later in the morning, maybe mid-afternoon our time here in the U.S., But, Iran is going to try to delay this as long as they can. And anything they come back with is going to be part of a delay tactic. So, negotiations with Iran are notoriously very difficult. This is always a challenge to go back and forth with Iran. There's a lot of additional challenges and complexities right now because, You're dealing with a fragmented leadership between the parliament, the IRGC, and the mullahs. We're not sure who the parliament is communicating with. We're not sure which of the mullahs are alive. And the Ayatollah is underground, and he's only communicating through passing notes. So look, there's a lot of complexity here trying to get this done.
Well, and Joe, that complexity, it appears that you have basically the parliament speaker, Ghalibaf, and the foreign minister, Arachi, that seem to want to get to that negotiation table in good faith, potentially, in Islamabad. But yet you have the IRGC commander right now, Ahmad Vahidi, who has a long history as the first commander of the Quds Force under Mojtaba Khamenei's father, Ali Khamenei, and he is apparently holding out. How do we get a progress in this if he remains holding things up?
Yeah, I mean, that's really one of the critical points here, Griff, is that, you've got real hardliners that have assumed position and assumed power after we killed basically this first 2 rounds of leaders that we killed early on in this war, February 28th of this year. And, a lot of the hardliners that took over survived the Iran-Iraq war and led forces in the Iran-Iraq war. And the UN brokered peace deal at the end of that war was very humiliating for Iran, and they remember that.
Right.
And they think about that. So, they're really unwilling to take any kind of deal here that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, because they understand the leverage that they've got over the United States, over Europe, and really over the global economy right now.
Colonel, is it possible that we killed hardliners, that we killed moderates, and then the hardliners were left? Is that part of the problem?
That is indeed what happened, Rachel. That is what happened. So we killed a generation of leaders that perhaps could engender a deal with the United States, that understood the real economic ruin that they'd be facing if this thing goes into the summer, if this blockade goes into the summer, and you replace them with hardliners who really don't care that much if this thing goes into the summer. And so, you're trying to navigate through those hardliners. You're also trying to navigate through multiple levers of leadership across the 3 areas of leadership that I mentioned. And you're trying to communicate with people that are not on any kind of communication device, that are afraid to talk on any kind of device that can be tracked. So this is all a very slow process. And then on top of that, you've got Iran. Their traditional position is to delay and try to wait these things out. And right now they're trying to wait out and hold off on any further American military strikes on Iran.
Right.
So this is all taking a long time.
Colonel Pacino, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much,
Take
Joe.
care.
Files related to UFOs and alien life.
So is the truth really out there?
Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us live with the details. What have you learned, Peter?
Good morning. So a White House official left this hard drive on my desk overnight. You can see on it, it says AARO files copy 2 of 3. That is the all domain resolution office copy 2 of 3. This is the first big batch of UFO disclosure ordered by President Trump. Some of the clips and videos on there have popped up different places before. Some of them have not. And we have been going through this all morning and overnight to try to put together some of the best videos so we can all look at this together. This is a world exclusive right here. So let's go to the first clip. Over the skies of the United Arab Emirates in June 2024. An inverted teardrop with a vertically linear trailing mass, as described by the War Department, suspended below. The War Department cannot say for sure what this is. It is officially listed as an unresolved UAP report. The next video, over the skies of Iraq, December 2022, moving bottom left to top right of the field of view. All CENTCOM gets from this is an area of contrast. That's what they describe it as. It is officially still listed as an unresolved UAP report. Next video, over the skies of Greece, October 2023. What is described as a small and circular UAP flying near the surface of the ocean towards land. CENTCOM can't tell us what it is. It is officially listed as an...
I think all these ones are just fake releases or what? Because those ones can easily be drones. I don't understand why they are calling those
UAP reports.
UAPs.
Within the last 2 minutes, all of these videos have gone live on war.gov/UFO, and a White House official tells Fox First, while past administrations sought to discredit or dissuade the American people, President Trump is focused on providing maximum transparency to the public, who can ultimately make up their own minds about the information contained in these files. And
I don't see that as making up your own minds. I think they are claiming to, want to make transparency, while in reality they are actually hiding it properly. Because that is nothing, man. That anybody can dismiss that easily. Now let me go and play some of the parody of what is going on in South Africa, and then we watch some of the videos of South African. If actual, I think I shouldn't play the parody first. Actually, I should just play the videos of some of the news. Hear what this lady has got to say.
Is now facing serious backlash over resurfaced social media posts that many are calling deeply tribalistic and divisive. Old tweets attributed to Ngobese have recently come to light, in which she allegedly makes derogatory remarks about women as well as people from Limpopo province, a region largely made up of non-isiZulu speaking communities. And this isn't a case of one or two isolated comments. It's a stream, a plethora of tweets that paint a consistent picture of how she views certain groups of South Africans. I am going to read you these tweets as I am holding this laptop right now. Now, these tweets are disturbing to say the least. I did mention that me and her got into it on X after a video of a man surfaced on social media, a black man being beaten by her group. So I was like, hey, this cannot be right. Why is this group now attacking black South Africans? Why are they attacking black South Africans? And I came to the conclusion that maybe this man is being attacked, or this black South African man is being attacked for not being able to speak Zulu. But she did clarify that this man was not attacked because he can't speak Zulu. No, he was attacked because during the protest, he was allegedly pickpocketing and robbing people during the protest. That is why the group eventually attacked him publicly and beat him up in that manner. And in my head, I'm like, why are we taking matters into our own hands? This is a matter for the police. Why is this group that is supposed to be dealing with illegal immigration now enforcing the law on South African citizens? Why are they taking the law into their own hands? That is when Jacinta replied to me very, I might add, and told me that I am using her status, her reputation to social climb in the entertainment industry, and this is not going to work. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna let her have it, because the pride usually comes before the fall. She's prideful. Her popularity is making her forget what she is fighting for. So she's resorting to attacking black South Africans to stay in the mainstream, to stay in our minds. So I'm going to read the plethora of tribalistic tweets she has made against Limpopian people. Limpopo is my province where I come from. It's called a province in South Africa, but I believe in America it's called a state. Yeah. I come from the Limpopo state in South Africa. And she comes from KwaZulu-Natal, KZN state in South Africa. So for her to insinuate that I am from Limpopo or Limpopian people are not South African enough was really scary, to say the least. Let me read you these tweets. I don't want to insinuate anything. I don't want to make up anything. I want you to be I want to read this verbatim so you can judge for yourself. Okay, let us find these tweets. The first tweet says, which language sounds like a punishment? Must be either Venda or Tsonga. You do know that South Africa has 11 official languages, and Tsonga and Venda being part of the South African languages. Venda and Tsonga is spoken mainly in Limpopo, my province, my state, my region. We speak Tsonga, we speak Venda, we speak Pedi, we speak Okwa, we speak Pulani. So she's saying that my people's language, my region, my state language is a punishment. It sounds like a punishment. The next tweet says, in Limpopo province, in the Limpopo state, some of the old people don't celebrate Halloween because they see it every day. They look like Halloween. What is she implying? That old people in my state, in my province, they look like Halloween. They look like the Halloween monsters, the Halloween costumes, the Halloween vampires. That's how she views us, as non-human, but as monsters that lurk in the dark. The next tweet says, you cannot tell the difference.
You see how dividers will always divide? This is the same woman attacking black Africans. Now she's also attacking black South Africans.
Between Limpopo people and Zimbabweans, they are the same people, vendors and Amachangani. Amachangani is a derogatory. Amachangani means the Tsonga language. It's called the Tsonga language. So if they say Amachangani,
I think that's a fair question that Isaiah is asking. The relevance of this video is that the same lady that is leading this charge against foreigners in South Africa, that keeps saying foreigners should leave the country, she's the one this lady is referring to. That this lady is accusing her of making tribal, derogative statement about fellow South Africans, not foreigners, fellow South Africans. So it tells you the nature and of people that always want to divide people. Their approach is always going to be the same. When they go deeper, when they go into the smaller group or the micro group, they will still want to divide them there. And if that same lady goes into her Zulu group, she will still want to divide them even within her Zulu, this is tribe again, because that is their nature. They are never satisfied until they tear everything up. And it's up to the other people to say, you know what, enough is enough. Maybe it's good for you to talk a little bit about immigrants, but you need to stop there. Don't go further. And so I think the lady has gone a lot too far, and it's going to cost South Africa a lot. But let me carry on, because this lady is a little bit furious. She's quite furious about what the lady said about her people.
Pangani is derogatory. So she says, yes, vendors and Amachangani are more closely related to the Shonas than the Zulus. So she's saying that because we are far up in the north of South Africa and we share a border with Zimbabweans, we are more like those ones and less than the Zulus. That makes us less South Africans. That makes the Zulus more South Africans. That's what she's implying. She further says, Limpopo girls, me. I'm a Limpopo girl. I'm from the Limpopo province, the Limpopo state of South Africa. She says, Limpopo girls need to carry their IDs when they are in Johannesburg. Johannesburg in Gauteng state. We know that there are 9 provinces in South Africa, the Western Cape, the Gauteng, the Limpopo, the KZN, Sorry, Gauteng is not, yes. Gauteng is a city within, yes. Gauteng is a province. Gauteng is a state. Johannesburg is the city of Gauteng. The city of the state of Gauteng. So she says, me, a South African girl from the Limpopo region, from the Limpopo state, I need to carry my ID whenever I move around the country because I am just not South African enough. This law was also passed by the Boers back in apartheid when they requested black people to carry their IDs whenever they go into town, whenever they go to work in towns, they need to carry their identification. So she's saying that a black woman from Limpopo should do the same, should abide to the apartheid laws long after democracy, because Limpopians or my people are not considered South Africans enough. It's a plethora of it. Here she's making a remark about colorism. She said, even in KZN, there are people that are dark-skinned. But who knows? They might be from Limpopo. Those people in Limpopo are too dark. So again, she's saying that in KZN are more South Africans because they are of a lighter shade. They have a phenotype that resembles the typical black South African. Limpopo girls, we are too dark. We share the same border with Zimbabwe, so we are not South African enough. That's why we need to carry IDs whenever we move around the country. Yeah, that's about it. There's a plethora of them, but those are the ones that spoke to me. Those are the ones that I was able to pinpoint and pick out. Now, Zulu people are saying that it's just banter. We banter all the time between tribes. Yes, there is banter between tribes. There is banter between my people, the Limpopians, the Pedis, and the KZN Zulus. There is banter when everybody is in agreement that this is a banter. But this is an unsolicited attacks. These are unwarranted. And usually when we do these banters between our tribes, it's followed with a hashtag Limpopo versus KZN or something along those lines. There's a hashtag behind it. With her tweets, there are no hashtags. There are no hashtags. It's unsolicited attacks. She did post an apology online, but she later recanted, or she later deleted that apology. Let us post this apology. So she did apologize immediately after being called out, but that apology, she soon deleted it. I think that apology, she didn't mean it in the first place because she's sorry that she got caught. She's sorry that she got caught because if she really meant to be sorry, if she really meant the apology, she would have spoken about this from the minute her political career took off. She's not sorry. She's not sorry. A plethora of tweets came in the wake of a viral video showing members of her group, Match and Match, violently attacking a black South African man after accusing him of being an illegal immigrant simply because he could not speak Zulu. Now, many are drawing a direct line between the rhetoric and the reality. Critics argue that language-based discrimination and tribalist thinking don't just exist online. They manifest in real-world actions. And when such views appear to come from leadership, it raises deeper concerns about the culture being fostered within the organization. South Africa is a country built on diversity with 11 official languages and a complex shared history. So when language becomes a tool for exclusion, it strikes at the heart of that identity. One tweet in particular that broke my heart was a tweet where she said, "Those women that were killed and fed to the pigs were Zimbabweans," and she put a laughing emoji. 2 women were fatally shot by white farmers and their bodies thrown in the pigsty to conceal the evidence. The women that were killed were from my village, and I know her firstborn son. He used to help our family cut grass. I personally know these people that she's laughing at. She's celebrating the death of black women at the hands of the Boers. And black people of South Africa refuse to hold her accountable because she has waged a war on other Africans. She has waged a war on the black skin. She's celebrating the death of black people in the hands of the Boers. I know the people she's laughing at. They're from Kotishing, Polokwane, Limpopo province, South Africa. They were killed by the Boers and fed to the pigs to conceal the evidence. And she's laughing. The fact that she says it's just Zimbabweans, does it mean that Zimbabweans deserve, if they were Zimbabweans, they're not Zimbabweans, they're South Africans, but if they were Zimbabweans, do they deserve the death more than South Africans? Do they deserve the death more because they are Zimbabweans? Oh my God, the celebration. I can't even continue. The celebration, celebrating black women being killed by the Boers simply because you thought they were Zimbabweans. You're saying Zimbabweans deserve to die a painful death like that under the Boers long after democracy.
You're welcome. You're welcome, the illustrious sons of you know what? You're welcome, the illustrious sons of the most selfless nation on the face of the earth. If there's something you can be proud of Nigeria for, that is one thing you should be proud of Nigeria for. AY, you have seen the videos. I don't know if there's something else you want to talk about. You can go ahead and talk about it. But man, this last testimony of this lady tells you everything you need to know about tribalistic.
Let me quickly comment on the video the lady we were sharing with the lady in South Africa. You see, on this platform, you know my position on this issue. I've continued to analyze this issue that even in Nigeria, we think how people will say, oh, we are not the same people. Oh, you go, blah, blah, blah. I continue telling you people here, even if you divide Nigeria, I think we have 774 local government and basic. Even if you divide Nigeria, local government in 770 something places. These people that love division, they will divide their local government. If you think I'm joking, that's why I don't waste my time on this kind of nonsense stuff, because we just deceive ourselves. So, because we are all together, for example, a Yoruba man think if you give him his whole country, it's gonna make heaven. Oh man, no, we're gonna be so good, we're gonna be so perfect. Igbo man believe if you give them their whole country, oh, they're gonna build castle, we are so united. Hausa man, the same thing. This is delusion. It doesn't work. But the people propagating all this stuff, they actually know the truth. This is where it gets really painful. They know the truth. Anybody that will come here, tell me the tribe you are from. Tell me if they give you a country with your only language, only one language. Tell me you will not fight. I go to my village sometimes. Then you hear people telling you, local government, just a local government. Oh, you don't marry from that place, so that community. I'm like, are you okay? It's people that love division. Okay, South Africa now. These are all black people. One. The second thing is, tag of South Africa is almost like either religion or no religion, one religion or no religion. What are they killing themselves? That's why I never trust anybody that come with that division mentality because you think you are better than the other. I have issue with that. Sometimes they are just waste of time, because I feel the people doing that, you are only deceiving yourself. You are just deceiving yourself. You know the truth. This is just the reality of it. What is happening in South Africa in general is sad. I think they are mainly focused on Nigerians. I know Nigeria commit a lot of crime. It's the truth. We can't deny this anymore. We do too much. That's one. However, there are genuine Nigeria doing business genuinely, hardworking Nigeria working for different sectors, professionals. I will still say, okay, if anybody commit crime, either Nigeria, Zimbabwe, South African, wherever the person is from, why don't you punish the person? If you catch somebody doing drugs, punish them. If somebody is involved in armed robbery, punish them. So why don't you pick these people up? So if a Nigeria commit drug crime in your country and you arrest the person, even if he's death sentence, you think Nigeria government are gonna come fight you? Oh, why are you punishing our people? If there is evidence of a crime, let him go for it. But that one that you will not be evil, innocent children in school, you go attacking them in the name of your father committed a crime. Like, what kind of madness is that? You see,
but I'm curious though. Why do people believe those people that tell them when they create their own ethno state, that's when things are going to be better? What is
like I tell you, sincerely, they know the truth. I've had very deep conversation even with, in Nigeria, even people from different ethnicity in Nigeria, honest people, if you have private conversation with them deeply, they tell you the problem. They tell you they can't even have a country. The part I usually have more confidence, I usually defend the Yoruba, like, maybe if they break out, Yoruba will survive easily. When my friend was telling me, breaking it down for me, how Oyo man is looking at Ijebu man as an enemy, Ijebu man, even in Lagos Highlight, they tell you the discrimination in Lagos within the other Yoruba and Lagos Shas. You will not even believe your eyes. They know. It's not that they don't know. It's just a deceit. We just deceive ourselves. They know. There is no, I tell you, there is nobody from any major group or small group that can be confident and tell me the discrimination is there already. It's there.
Let me play this video for you, so you see one other one that Very Dark Man had to listen to, and I was quite surprised how he was just able to listen to that with his straight face. Oh my! I think I've got quite a lot of video. Let me remove this one from the stage first and bring that one in. So he was like, I don't know, man. If I was him, I would have stopped the lady from talking, because, like, it's a young lady. I don't know whether she knows what she's saying, but they've indoctrinated her.
Okay. Do you mean Ebonyi people in general don't have sense?
They to them naturally they don't have sense.
Okay, but I feel like that's too much to say about like an entire people, because maybe you have met some people that don't have sense.
I've not met them. I don't even have anything to do with them.
So how did you come to the conclusion that they don't have sense, like the whole Ebonyi people?
I don't know, but me, I just naturally there is this natural hatred I have from that. I don't know. I don't like them.
There's a natural hatred.
Anything about them irritates me.
Natural hatred for Ebonyi people.
Yes. I don't like them.
You say anything about them irritates you?
Yes.
Okay. So what else don't you like, please? I'm curious.
What else I don't like?
Which other part of Nigeria, which other states that you don't like?
Mbise.
Mbise. That's another state you don't like.
Yeah, the devil in human form.
So Mbise is a state?
It's Imo State. I'm from Imo State, but I don't like Mbise people.
Do you like yourself?
So much. I'm in love with myself. I'm not from Mbise.
Well, anyways, how old are you again?
I'm 20.
Wow, you're 20.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will advise you like somebody that is like 12 years older than you, right? First things first. First things first. You cannot judge people based off on an idea that you have of the people without getting to know them. You literally said you have never met people from Ebonyi, but you just have natural hatred for them. That is so wrong to say. Okay? And also, I think you're pretty much too young to be hating, to be using the word hate to an entire tribe of people or race of people or ethnicity of people. Okay. May God help you in your quest of hatred. It's nice to meet you.
So you see the psychosis going on there, where she literally hates somebody, even in our own state too. She called the devil in human form.
Yeah, they made the play. Yeah,
it's just you can't forget it.
Actually, that's one of the reasons why when I moved to abroad, even when people are talking racism, I'm not saying there is racism, but I feel like people are just hypocrite. You guys are hypocrite. I've heard white people ask me, "Oh, how do you really feel? Do you think there is so much?" People sometimes feel it's overblown, but there is racism. This is the truth. But now, because it's a different color person doing it to you, you are making noise. In your own country, you will discriminate against your fellow citizen because you're from a certain group, because it doesn't look like you, because your mind is not open. I had the opportunity to travel around Nigeria. If you open your mind, you will see the beauty of Nigeria. I kept saying that when you put your mind at travel, which culture will you not like? It's just some people be dogmatic. You think you are better than none. Which culture do you know will you not like their food? Is it the same of food? Is it in terms of marriage celebration? Is it in terms of dressing? Is it the Igbo? Is it the Hausa? Is it the Yoruba? Is it the Kanuri? Is it the Ijo? Is it the... No, if you open your mind, you appreciate people. You appreciate every group. That's why we are here. Because this is the thing. I mean, this one is even big now. Forefather, even in families, you see family, they tell you they don't want to see brothers, they don't want to see them. Say, talk less of you. Are you talking of tribe? It's just human being. People that love division, they will divide anyway. They don't care. But the model we should adopt after the genocide, the crisis in Rwanda already. Today, Rwanda, you don't identify as Tutsi or what's the other group? You don't. You identify. You identify as Rwandi. So why can't we do that? Nobody is saying not be for a particular group. Why can't we do that? Adopt that model.
We can't do that because in Rwanda there was a truth commission. In Rwanda, the names there's something called accountability. You can't move forward until you're accountable. In Rwanda, there is a recognition of that genocide. The names
Sorry. This is Dexter. You're jumping the queue, and the point you are making is just looking for an excuse to carry on with this thing again. There's always a reason. Is it the commission in the World War after it ended? 50-something million people perished. What did you see Truth Commission? Are they not the one forming the European Union now? NATO
no, you go ahead.
Let's not stop making excuses. Comparable facts. Please go ahead.
To end it before you start. See, we have to look for a way.
And Hello wants to also say something.
I got a phone call. Go ahead.
Okay, she got a call. He got a call. Sorry.
No, Hello is working.
I was here before Hello.
It's okay, guys. Please.
Yes, but she has privilege, you know. She has privilege, you know.
You see,
just please go on.
30 seconds. That's how you will continue. Now, let me just say this last statement.
Thank you.
You see, you have to listen to people. Like, Dexter have a point, to be honest. But however, we have to look for a way to come together. We don't have option. Trust me, we don't. We have to look for a way to come together, to respect each other, to work together, to have a country. Otherwise, we will continue doing this for the next 100 years. The worst that will happen, you will go into another violent war that you will eliminate even more people you are complaining about today. You will go into, because Nigeria, when Nigeria fought civil war, the population of Nigeria was around 60 million. If you go for another one today, it's 230 million. I promise you, 10 million minimum will go. So we need to know this in our head. So we have to look for a way to get rid of this crisis and try to, I understand, you got to listen to every group, let the government try to do this, right? So that peace will come. So we can be seeing ourselves as Nigeria instead of keep dividing ourselves. Because even though if that would be the solution, I don't mind it, but I don't think it's a solution. This is my own personal view. I don't think it's a solution. I think the solution is for us to come together, do the right thing, look for a way to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Dexter, don't worry, you will get your chance to say your piece. Hello, if you have something to say, go ahead, because I know you did mention that you are not opportune to use your camera. So please go ahead.
I'm just in the background anyway. So, initially, I was saying to myself, do I really need to say something about what's happening in South Africa? Because it's been flogged a lot all around in Africa and beyond the continent. And something says to me, if you don't speak out and add to the voices or the numerous voices,
maybe nothing's going to be done. I do believe that the more, the merrier. The more we lament, maybe something's going to happen somehow. Someone may hear us, someone who has this empathy and compassion for a fellow human being, not to just keep harassing people in the names of being legal or illegal. Every human being has the right to exist. I understand that it is important to obey and adhere to rules of the land wherever you go, and I do not support illegal migration into any country whatsoever. But that's why we have laws operating in countries, and the people who are can you guys hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear
Loud and
you.
clear.
And those people who are appointed to use the laws to check balance every citizens or every citizen in their countries are responsible to make sure that the laws that have been put in place are people adhere to those laws, and any single person whatsoever, green, purple, pink, that goes against those laws of the land, I support 200% that the law should take its full course. I believe in balance, respect and dignity of wherever you find yourself. I do believe that wherever you find yourself, you should actually be a better version of yourself. You should represent yourself with respect and dignity. Treat people the way you wish to be treated. So if any person in South Africa, be it Nigerian or whoever, has broken the laws of the land, the laws of the land should take its full course by the officials who are in power or in position to enforce those laws, because they have been trained to handle those laws professionally. The people you're dealing with are not from South Africa. So if perhaps those people are mishandled, people are watching. So they should be treated with equal respect, like a human being, so that people will know that they are practicing equality in their country, not treating some people like a piece of shit, excuse my language. For me, looking at everything that is happening all these years without anyone being put into test and found guilty, all these years that people have been quiet openly in front of the cameras, and I still see some South African officials denying it with open chest that there should be proofs provided that people have died. There are proofs. There are proofs, first-hand evidences from families who are mourning, be it from Nigeria or any other part of Africa. So I do believe that South Africa should pay the ultimate price for this insensitive behaviors. I do believe
Yeah, I agree.
that all the countries in Africa should arise, because today you may think you guys are ganging up against the lousy, loud Nigerians that are lawless and stupid and whatever, because Nigerians are calm people in reacting. Doesn't mean they are stupid. Maybe they are kind of immune to pain. They are used to pain. But I can assure you, when Nigerians arise, the music is going to change. But I don't want it to get to that. Then it will become something destructive that would go far beyond repairs, that cannot be managed whatsoever. Because I know Nigerians, when they stand up, in the end, if you eventually push them to the end, it will be something that cannot be repaired. They will damage it to the uttermost degrees. So I do believe that South Africa should pay. I do believe that their president should be punished severely. Africa or Africans should not let South Africa get away with whatever they are doing, just like how their president went to America to disgrace Africa. And he's still doing the same thing. It's like when he comes in front of the microphone, he doesn't know what to say. He's absent-minded. He looks like someone who is already defeated by the crimes in his country. They blame Nigerians for all the atrocities committed in South Africa, whereas years and years before other Africans start trooping into their country, there has been laws broken. South Africa is not an innocent country in any form. And I'm sure if they look vividly into particular crimes, you will find out that most people that commit the most heinous crimes in South Africa are South Africans themselves, and they're always in cahoots to any crimes happening in their country. Because without them looking the other way or being participants in crimes, crimes will not foster. If a house is dirty, people inside are involved. So they should hold their governments responsible. And I do believe that certain people from that country, the elite plus the politicians, are sponsoring these movements. And these people that are leading these movements are cashing out. They are making a lot of money. And behind closed doors, they are fighting with one another about money and stuff like that. And even switching movements in the name of money. So it's all about money. It has nothing to do about illegality or criminality from Nigerians or any other African countries. It's just that I sense jealousy. I sense, yeah.
Can I add something though? Do you think either they are being manipulated by invisible hands, because some people are funding these things,
Yes.
and because you can also see that the authorities themselves, because if he's wanting to accuse the Europeans in the country of funding some of all these things, but what are the black South African leaders doing? Because I heard what Oshomede said, that you can see security officers next to the mobs, and they don't do anything about it. They are watching their own people mob innocent citizens, so they are not doing anything about it. So what do they have to gain? What is there for them to do? I don't understand what they have to gain. Is it that they've seen so many Africans that they hate them so much that they feel like they just can't bear Africans anymore? Is that it?
Well, I do believe that there are people that has a bone in this fight that they are manufacturing. They have to give a dog a bad name to slaughter that dog. So they are definitely among themselves. They live in South Africa. We cannot blame foreign hands in everything that happens in the continent of Africa. I do believe that people in politics in South Africa are responsible for what is happening. And most of them are the most corrupt individuals in the whole of Africa, even though they point accusing fingers at Nigerians. They commit all sorts of atrocities. And I do believe that the Afrikaans are also involved in this. So combinations of certain groups of elite, But right now, I saw in news where like the politicians or people who are in politics or in position of some kind of power were having a conference with some of these tout leaders, these gangsters, sitting down, ordinary sittings that are not appointed into offices to govern or take a role in the society, are actually having a conversation as if they are the police. They've taken laws into their hands. I can see videos of some of them physically assaulting people, and there are no evidences that any of those guys that physically showed on public videos assaulting other Africans have been apprehended, to show the Africans that yes, South Africa is a law and abiding country, as they claim that we have laws here, we have to protect our laws. But all the times, they are the ones that break the laws, and they blame foreigners for everything that happened to them. I do want all
I really
Nigerians
appreciate your take on this.
to
I
leave
wanted to
South
ask you
Africa.
though, Hello. See, hearing you talk, I think Boom Boom Ray says he likes your take. Let me highlight it. Look at that. He says he likes your take on issues. See, I think what I wanted to say was that the way you perceive the world, I really wish you were involved in the Nigerian politics, because I think Natasha Akpoti is quite lonely out there. Bianca Ojukwu is lonely. We need more women like you present on the ground. Seriously, this is no joke. I'm serious. So I really hope so that someday you find your way back there to assist our people, because maybe people can be inspired by you from your take on these things, because we don't see a lot of our women having this type of view on the world. So I really appreciate you joining us on this matter.
If you are done, I'm back.
Look at that. Look at this.
Don't be back yet.
So when you are done, you let me know so I can bring a comparable fact.
I'm done. Whenever you're ready for me.
Biko.
All right, but comparable fact, you can go ahead if you want to say something. But please.
All right. How you doing? Hello.
I'm fine, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good. I'm Desta and AY.
Hello, AY. Hello, everyone.
It's a very interesting subject. I was listening to that lady, the lady that spoke, the young lady or whatever that spoke, said that she's from Imo, and she said she doesn't like NDC. I'm from Imo, I'm from Owerri. NDC is the next adjacent county, behind Owerri. We are in the same Owerri West. And the NDC people are very educated, and other kind of things. Like the Owerri, we are the most educated part of the Imos, from the Imo, the Owerri West. But you see what I'm saying. The problem with Nigeria, this is exactly, it doesn't matter. Africa generally. Let me make a general statement about Africa. I think Africa has an issue. I don't know what it is, whether it's because of the colonization, the way we are divided, when they said when the colonial master came, the boundary, they divide us through ethnicity or whatever. I'm making a general, in African time. So even
the British, they are the British, they are not masters. They are the British, they are Europeans, please. Let's use more modern language to describe them.
Okay, British or whatever, but we can't be blaming them. That has been, that's since 1960. Some African countries got their independence, even Ghana in the 1950s, something 58. I believe that's when Ghana got their independence. But having said that, even within Nigeria, we have this unity. Let me tell you, my forefather. I was in a different platform, about a month. You go to that platform, I'm not going to mention the platform here. Somebody from Lagos, I speak to him all the time. He came to the platform and said, my happiest day in Nigeria was when they started sending other tribes away, like the Igbos, the South Side. When they stated they shouldn't have any kind of right to compete in election in Lagos. And he said, I dreamed the day that this is going to come. This is a man about 60 or whatever, I call him, I call him people with Lagos, what do you call it? He live in a part of Lagos anyway.
I think I know who you are talking about.
Yeah, I know who I am, not to mention them. And he was very happy about what's going on in Lagos. How they don't want any other tribe, driving other. So, what am I trying to say? This is within us. Even in the Southeast, we have the same problem. With the same, but it's not anything, of this level. So, when we come here, we talk about xenophobia happening in South Africa. I don't call it xenophobia in my own terminology. I call it Afrophobia. If you look at what's exactly going on there, the migrant about 4% of South Africa, 65 million, and the migrant. When I say the Caucasian migrant, that's people from Asia, Europe, and they are 1%. I don't mean the Indians or the Afrikaners that live there. I mean the people that migrated, about 1%. But they are not targeting them. They are targeting just that 4% of Black Africans. So this word we are using, xenophobia, no, it's a wrong word. Afrophobia is the right word, because the target is their fellow Black Africans. That's where we are. And this is my own personal opinion. I was on a platform, earlier today. It happened. There's a lot of South Africans there. I have my opinion, and I told them how I feel about it. And I told them South Africa is the most mentally colonized black nation on earth. This is my own personal opinion. They're still in apartheid economy. They have liberated from what you call apartheid, but they're still in that apartheid economy. If they are the most developed, one of the most developed black nation. I'm not talking about Africa general. You can Egypt, Morocco, they're on a higher level. But in terms of black African nation, South Africa is the most developed. Anything you can talk about, infrastructure, everything, they're the most developed. So let's give that to them. Even the way their system of government is structured, it's not like ours, where we have what we call democracy. Yeah, they have a system. That's why you see, and somebody alluded to that. I think you alluded to that earlier on Dr. Damage. I listened a little bit, then I was done. Why most of their leaders doesn't last long and they're being removed, by their party. They impeach them because of the system. They practice the parliamentary kind of government, with some American kind of government inclusive, but it's the system they are practicing. This is why I was saying that the Nigerian problem is the system we have. There's nobody's going to survive. Even at all, I like Obi. It's going to be very difficult for Obi to change that much about that Nigeria, that country called Nigeria, because we are an example and epitome of a failing state. That's where we are right now. Let's call it a spade a spade. Maybe some people will come here and sing Kumbaya and praise Nigeria where they are. No, I'm not going to do that. I will call it where there's a good thing going on, where there's a bad thing going on. We are an example of a failing state. So let me go back to South Africa. Okay, do you know that two Nigerians they already killed two Nigerians? That one is well documented. Forgot about the South Africa envoy that came and denied, said there's no xenophobia. They should give them an example of people has died. Two Nigeria have been confirmed within this thing, because this is not something new. They have done it like about 3 or 4 times. I can't recollect a particular date, about 2 or 3 years ago, going back, so this is about 4 times, but this one is still going on. So this one has been going on for 2 weeks right now. So this is the, this is the height of it right now. That's exactly what they are practicing. If you look at what's going on in South Africa,
I think they are frozen. What happened now? All those Silicon Valley internet is not sustaining him. Dexter, thank you for joining us, Dexter.
They should channel it to, but not
you are still
people
talking.
In the street. There's a woman, they beat up and people was marching on her team and everything. They go to school, and pull people from out of school. That is not good. It is not good.
Yeah.
I know they have the problem. Like I said, the poverty, they're one of the highest crime-rated society in the world, not just in Africa. So don't blame it on the migrant. That's only 4%. If you look at their jail system,
when I saw them deny access to parents that have legal documents, wanting to pick their children up from school, not letting them in, and prevent. When I saw this, then I knew, okay, this thing has gone out of control. It's not about illegal migrants anymore. They don't care. We were going after legal migrants too, and then even stigmatizing South African women that are married to non-South Africans. Like, it's gone too far, way too far. And now they are asking for stupid evidence. What do you need evidence for? Are you not seeing all the videos of all the massive discrimination that is going on out there, targeting your own citizens and targeting foreigners, to the point whereby Mozambican citizens are fleeing the country? What are they talking about? And this is not, like you said, it's not even the first time. It's happened repeatedly, and they keep getting away with it. Sooner or later, they have to pay. They have to be reminded that their economy is not operating in a vacuum. It's just ridiculous. The entire frustration that a lot of people feel, I feel it doubly, because when you think, because of some of the things I see, it's making me to reappraise Nigeria's image itself. Like, I'm beginning to find out that Nigeria is one of the most selfless, in short, is this most selfless nation in the world. Nigeria does things without even caring to gain up from it. Then you look at charity. I didn't even know that, I was shocked to hear that Nigeria is the most generous country in terms of giving to charity and helping each other. Nigeria is the number one in all these things. And maybe that is our problem. We are too nice. We are nice to foreigners, but not nice to ourselves. You saw what that lady was saying about emo. That one shocked me when the lady said NDC people are the devil's incarnate or something like that. That shocked me. Like next door neighbor. Literally. Man, he tells you the psychosis that creates this problem of division all the time. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, you are definitely right. I know we have our own problem. We even have an internal xenophobia. There's no doubt about it. We have an internal xenophobia. We have our own problem. But when it comes in terms of acceptability, other countries, refined people, Nigeria is an epitome of that. We accept any country. It doesn't matter. In as much you don't come there to bother us. Nigeria is an epitome, a very refined country in African context. You can't dispute that. You can't take that away because Nigeria doesn't care about what is going on in how South Africa behaving. I mean, okay, they claim they have about 40% unemployment. Are we not close to that? Our 35, 40%. Do you see what's going on? Going everywhere. Kicking about foreigners. Try to send them out of. There's a lot of foreigners in Nigeria. I mean, Ghana, South Africa, but not as much as Nigeria. Of course, you can base that on population, 200 and something million compared to 65 million. So Nigeria has this broad concept of migration. The last estimate I have that is about 30,000 Nigerians in South Africa, and that may be true, or may be close. At least it may be between 20 and 30. Thousand. Yeah,
I suspect that it's an underestimation. It might be higher than that. But do you know South Africa's landmass is bigger than that of Nigeria?
Oh, okay.
And
I didn't know
population. They have a larger landmass than Nigeria, and they have less population. So they are not that choked in the way they are making it sound as if they are overwhelmed. Compare them to other nations that have populations. There are people that have higher percentage population versus their population, even in Africa. Not to mention Europe. The UK has more than about 12 million foreigners in the UK. But while South Africa just has about 5 million. And they are about the same population, generally. And yes, South Africa is acting as if they are the first to allow people to come into their country. You see how our black people behave? It's okay anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the South Africa we are talking about right now, they are a blessed country in all ramifications. In terms of in terms of the economy, they have one of the best economy. GDP wise and otherwise, they have one of the best economy. I'm not talking about whether people are benefiting.
They are not better
they have
than
a
us,
perfect weather to my own liking. I'll be honest. They have a perfect weather because they have a cold weather. Right now, they have a cold weather in South Africa. So I mean,
do you know that South Africa has the? Do you know that South Africa has that part I have to give it to them. They have the most varied weather in the world. They have so many different type of weathers within that small territory. I'm not sure how it happened. That's what I found out recently.
I mean, some people may like Nigerian weather. I mean, maybe I've been away for a while. I don't like Nigerian weather. I don't like hot weather like Nigeria anymore. I mean, I grew up from there, but I prefer South African weather. I'll be honest.
Look at this. Yes, you have said it's California way too long, then.
No. I mean, this is, I'm acclimatized to liking a cool weather, okay? I don't like it cold like New York. I mean, like Utah, all those kind of, freezing places. But yeah, but I like South African weather.
I think generally when you have technology, people tend to prefer colder weather if you have technology to keep you warm. But if you don't, it will be a deadly trap. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. When I was in Nigeria, if you are under AC, you are fine. No? You are fine if you're in Nigeria. And I like Nigeria during the rainy season. Actually, some parts of Nigeria is so nice. People that have been to Jos and Plateau tell you how nice it is. So, it depends on what area you pick to live in Nigeria. But one thing I know for Nigeria is that how can Nigeria be the most selfless nation and the people in their country don't even know it? How is that even possible? We sacrifice more for other people than any other nation on the face of the earth. And we barely have anything. And yet we do that. And maybe we should recognize this and start maybe becoming more self-conscious and realize our place on this continent and in the world entirely. If we have this type of reputation, how can we just let it go? We have to be more aware. And how somebody, was it Soli or somebody in the earlier discussion saying that we really need to go and build that country up, because there's something there. There is something there. So if you are finished, I can go to Dexter.
No, I'm not finished. So I think the point I brought the weather. The reason why I brought the weather is because I like weather. So I was trying to make a point that South Africa is a blessed country. In terms of economy, weather-wise, most of the things that I like. I mean, if you go to places like Johannesburg, Pretoria, if you go to Pretoria, I mean, I've not been to South Africa, but I've seen a lot of voyages, that show South Africa, people traveling there and everything. If you go to Pretoria, it's like you're in San Diego. Where I am right now, California. This is how they are laid out. Yes, Pretoria is
you really love your American location.
No,
this guy,
like
if they offer you anything in Nigeria, you're not going to come back at this rate. Yeah?
I don't know, but the point I'm trying to make that South Africa is where they have all endeavor for you, to be a successful country, which they are. But the problem is that the 65 million, only about 7% control the economy of that country. That is the white people. They control the economy of that country and leave the other ones impoverished. This is their problem we have. The new to channel their anger to the ANC that has been the dominant party of since their independence in 1994. That's who putting them to this poverty where they are right now. Not the migrant. The migrant, particularly when you come to Nigeria, most of the Nigerians are there for trade and everything. Particularly the southeastern part of it. There's a lot of southeasterners. I don't know the population varies when it comes to what parties how many out of the population are 30,000, how many of them is Igbo, but they're all Nigerians. So most of them are way to do, they are doing well. But that's what angers those South Africans over there. Because these guys are working hard, prospering, a lot of Nigerians have their own big businesses. Yeah, because are you going to tell me that there's a lot of Nigerian illegal Nigeria? There may be, but it's not going to be as Mozambique that has the border with them, Zambia, all those countries, Zanzibar, those countries. Yeah, that's some of them. Zimbabwe. Some of them may be illegal. Let them go through their immigration system, but they blame the immigration system. They say they are corrupt. They are bringing them inside. They pay them money, then they employ them and pay them cheap labor, so they can work. Are you going to tell me, okay, let's assume you drive all those immigrants away? Are you still not going to be, is your life going to be better? No, it's not going to be better.
Can I ask you something, sir?
No, they're not doing the right thing, They need to do the right thing because...
Yeah, Hello wants to ask you a question. Hello wants to ask you a question. Please go ahead.
I want to ask you, how can is it not the people and everything else in the country that makes a country beautiful as a whole? Are you going to take the country out of the people or the people out of the country? So if you come to a house and it's so beautiful, it's like you see someone that is beautiful, a beautiful woman, but inside she's rotten, no manners, not a good heart. Are you going to say that person is beautiful, someone with a very rotten kind of persona, no aura, Do you know what I mean? For me, what I call a beautiful country is a country where the people are the most important. Number one, they're the most important people that make their country beautiful, and then everything else will fall in. Because when you go to a place where they have everything and the people there are babash, they are not beautiful inside, they are not going to value what they have, and they will keep making wrong decisions. I'm not saying Nigerians are perfect, but at least they need to recognize their problems. So how can you say South Africa is beautiful when their behaviors stink worse than Nigerians? I can say that confidently. I'm a Nigerian and I'm proud of my country, even though it's not perfect. I still would prefer to be a Nigerian than whatever South Africa has. And I've never been there, and I will never be there for the rest of, never, not even my kids, nobody that I know in my family. I've told them, never you go to South Africa for anything, never. Even if they're going to give you life, never go.
Okay, thank you. I think the point, I understand what Hello was saying. I myself, I'm not making a generalized statement, is the whole South Africa. Because forefather, like you said, you have played some video. It's not all South Africans. I don't know what the percentage people are going around with this quick stuff. It's a lot of South Africa, but they are silenced. When you silence, that means you are complicit to what's exactly going on. Because I've seen some pictures where they were, kicking people and everything. The police was there. they didn't do nothing. So I can say partially the government is complicit to what's actually going on. There's some people that's making South Africa, like I said, they are mentally colonized, and that kind of made them very devilish in their, in their attitude. You can say they are diabolic or whatever, but a lot of them are. This is how they look. This is how they picture, they picture the whole thing going on. They blame it on African migrants. Whatever is happening to them, they're not looking at the right point of view. You see where to stop this from, because the African migrant is not going to, sending them away from that country is not going to solve their problem. They need to look inward, talk to their government. You know what I mean? Nigeria say, "Oh, we are corrupt."
I think you are right when you say they should target their government. The government is the source of the problem and is the source of their answer, not targeting.
Let me start speaking. Let me let the next person go. Okay, I watch and maybe might.
Thank you for that. Yeah, this one Dexter is looking at you like, I don't know, man. Dexter, how are you?
The way he's trying to be, he want to pretend he's a good guy. He say, "Oh, let other people speak," after speaking for 20 minutes. That's what Dexter is looking at you. You want to be a good guy.
After speaking for that long, you were like, "Let me let other people speak now." Dexter, sorry about not getting your chance to air your opinion at the time. So you can see the psychosis of division, how that South African lady talked about, our own people getting, maybe some of all these viewers didn't see. Let me just play that part. That part is really revealing of the psychosis of divisive people.
Personally know these people that she's laughing at. She's celebrating the death of black women at the hands of the Boers. And black people of South Africa refuse to hold her accountable because she has waged a war on other Africans. She has waged a war on the black skin. She's celebrating the death of black people in the hands of the Boers. I know the people she's laughing at. They're from Kotishing, Polokwane, Limpopo province, South Africa. They were killed by the Boers and fed to the pigs to conceal the evidence. And she's laughing. The fact that she says it's just Zimbabweans, does it mean that Zimbabweans deserve, if they were Zimbabweans, they're not Zimbabweans, they're South Africans, but if they were Zimbabweans, do they deserve the death more than South Africans? Do they deserve the death more because they are Zimbabweans? Oh my God, the celebration.
I'm not from Umbiseo.
Well, anyways, how old are you again?
I'm 20.
Wow, you're 20.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will advise you like somebody that is.
I'm not from Umbiseo.
The Umbiseo is a state.
It's Imo State. I'm from Imo State, but I don't like Umbiseo people.
Do you like yourself?
So much. I mean.
Sorry, I like the fact that she loves herself too much, but the psychosis of divisive behavior, I think, is something that we truly need to understand. And it's like it doesn't end. We always think when you go to one side, it's going to end. No, it's going to carry on as long as the source of that division still remains. And the source of the division tends to be when things are not working well. People act divisively when things are not working well. That's what South Africans are doing. Things are hard for them, and they are picking on Africans. Even if they know that they could have picked on the government or the white people, but no, they'll pick on African, the lower hanging fruit. That's why that lady is picking on people she doesn't even know. She was picking on NDC people. She was picking on Mbonyi people. It's like, it's ridiculous. And we as a people need to deny those people airtime. That's the critical part.
Hold on, forefathers. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry. I mean, if you understand, see, my problem is this. I don't see what is there to understand, or really what is there to, anguish about. This is a natural human attribute, right? I'm not saying it's right, but it occurs everywhere. The only thing that kind of bring it to the fore is when people are kind of Paulie, is a lack of education. It's ignorance. And then you're making it as if it's, okay, you call it big names, psychosis of whatever. Listen, and okay, like this poor girl you presented to us. Can't you just understand what her problem is? I don't see what is there for us to begin to analyze. It's not a difficult subject, right?
The reason why I call it a psychosis is that she is passing judgment on something. No, hold on. Let me explain why I call it a psychosis.
The reason why I call it a psychosis in human societies. It's not something that's peculiar.
So is psychosis. Then why do you have a problem with that term? So is psychosis a normal thing that occurs with the way people think. It's basically the way somebody thinks. And that is not normally considered. Hold on. Is the way people think that it's not normally considered accurate or proper. So when somebody is thinking, okay, they've not even met somebody from Ebonyi, they just hate them. She admitted that she hasn't met somebody from Ebonyi before, and she just hates them. That is wrong. Wrong behavior to be.
And I'm telling you, it's a lack of proper education. She needs to be educated, right? This is kind of teaching people, I don't know, from home, primary school, secondary school, okay? This kind of, because as I said, it's just
somebody taught her that, not the other way around. Somebody taught her to think like that.
Okay, forefather, listen to what OT is saying. It's lack of education. I remember when I was growing up, all right? Let me tell you this. When I was growing up, you talk about the same people.
No. Let's allow Dexter to speak so it doesn't go out of control. I want to try to maintain order today so that we allow people to speak very, very long so that we try to keep it in order. Dexter, please go ahead. I just wanted to share the video, but our guy OT decided to chime in. The idea is that people in South Africa that is targeting Black Africans are also dividing amongst themselves, and to the detriment of their people, where even a South African woman was fed to a pig, South African women were fed to pigs. Then the same thing you can see with the very dark man discussing that lady.
Listen. Before you go on,
can you let me introduce you to Dexter?
Hold on. Listen. Sometimes
I'm trying to introduce you to Dexter so that Dexter can carry on from there.
I know. Hold on.
He can go any direction he wants.
I have reason to interrupt.
Hold on now. Come on, it's not fair. It's not fair to Dexter. Dexter has been waiting for a long time.
I don't have to comment on this. Let me just tell you my mind, okay? And then you can.
You need to wait now. Come on. Let's OT. Come on, just hold on. You're not going to burst into flames if you wait. Okay, Dexter. So the idea is that how can you saw the lady bad mouthing on this in the Ebonyi people, and I also know of the cases where even Southwest people were asking Southeasterners to leave Lagos, and comparable fact even testified to it here. So you see that there are this group of people within societies that do these things. So my own take is that we need to learn how to silence those ones, because they are the ones ensuring that we remain where we are, because that's how people found us and they defeated all of us. That's the take on it. You can educate them, but you cannot take the advice to go and do what they recommend, because what they recommend is not going to get us anywhere. That's my take. But that's just my own opinion.
Thank you, forefathers. First of all, I'll say what we are seeing, all these things we are seeing are just a symptom of lack of good leadership, lack of proper education, lack of investment in human capacity. That's basically what it is. And that's common in Africa. Father, you stay in the UK. You have the reform MP coming out to say, oh, we want to send immigrants that are taking student loans back. We want to cut it off from. You have all these things in order. How come the Western countries are not thinking of sending their own fellow Westerners? Don't you think they have the same problems? But the point is that they have a level playing ground over there. In Africa, we don't create jobs. We don't educate our children. What you're seeing in South Africa, those are people that have not been educated. Those are people that they've just been left. And it's going, look, this thing they are talking about, why do we make it look like we are saints in Nigeria? We did something similar in 1983. Is it 1983 or 1985? Buhari did Ghana Must Go, where we sent Ghanaians back because they were taking our jobs, cobblers, electricians, we sent them back. So it seems to me like the African man, we don't want to think We don't want to look at our problem, think and look at how can we solve this problem in the next 50 years. Those people in South Africa did those things. They don't have skill. They have nothing. If you invite them, I think there's what if you play forefathers? Go and look at Governor Muneke's clip about the South African team. You get a proper narrative. Those same people talking about all that, if you take them for an interview, they don't have anything. They can't get any job. They are not equipped for it. And so one of the biggest problems we have, especially in Africa, is you keep on looking at, oh, this person did this thing to me, that person, like in South Africa, oh, the white people are taking all the money. No, the white people added value. So what value have we added? The white people took 20% of the land. Okay, yes, fine, we have to agree what they did wasn't good. But the 80% that the black people had, what value have they added to that land? They've been in power since 1992. What value have they added to it? It's the same thing in Nigeria. What value are we adding? Look at Nigeria. You had power in the 1970s, you had power. Now, between then and now, what value? Nothing. We don't have value. You had a refinery in 1983. You had refinery capacity in 1985 up to 440,000 barrels per day. 2026, you did zero. No value addition. Other countries are improving. Other countries every year, they are improving gradually. In Africa, no. We don't think that way because what we think about is you look at what somebody has done and you want to take it. That's the way we think in Africa. Somebody saying, oh, Nigeria is safer. Nigeria is not safer. Look at the oil and gas sector. Before, in Eket, expatriates used to drive their power bikes on the road in Eket. They used to have nightclubs everywhere. They could walk on the road in Eket. You could walk straight from Eket main town to Ibuno. Today, you can't. Everywhere it's militarized. Everywhere it's militarized. Everywhere. Expatriates don't walk on the road again. It has affected the economic life. Why do we say, what makes us think that Nigeria is safer? In Port Harcourt before, Shell Area had no fence. Shell Area had no fence. You could walk straight in. Today, it is militarized. What are we talking about? Before, in Chuba, Wilbros you just had a barbed wire fence. You could see through. You could stop somebody across the fence. Now it's not there. It's militarized. What are we talking about? We don't add value. We don't focus on value addition. We don't educate our children. We don't empower our people. What do we do? All we are thinking of, okay, look at the government of today. All they are thinking of is how we're going to tax. How we're going to tax what they have. Let's take it from them. The government is not thinking of what are we going to give these people. What are we going to give? The education system in Nigeria is slipping down the doldrums, and nobody is thinking, how do we invest in education so that these people can level up? Your president spent more money on his aircraft than on the defense. They're talking about security. The requirement for security, the budget for security was there. The president spent more money on aircraft, his personal aircraft, than the defense of the whole country. You have buccaneers in Africa taking over power. That is the simple truth. All over Africa, what you have is buccaneers who don't care. All they are doing is for their pockets, their children, and that is their close circle. So that's basically, so what we are seeing across Africa is, look, what the Western world had realized, don't forget, forefathers. Like I asked, if you put Germany, France, Belgium, Spain together as one country, it will not work. It won't work. It won't work. They will start having similar problems like we're having. That's the truth. They will have it. So, if one of the first ways to solve a problem like this, you must first identify that you have a problem. It's just like a patient goes to the doctor. The doctor will not just tell you your problem. The doctor is going to ask you questions, and you have to admit that this is what's affecting me, and then the doctor can administer treatment to you. We have to first recognize one in Africa, we have a problem. And that's why I was going to AY, what AY was saying, good point he was making. You must first, like people are talking of Rwanda, they have to accept that there was a genocide. They didn't deny it. If the Rwanda people were living in denial, then there will be no solution today. Because the moment you start denying it, then you're going to repeat the whole mistake. Simple. You can't be, you say, oh, there was a, the Rwanda people, yes, there was a genocide. How many people died? Can't check the record. Live in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? The first problem, we must sit down on the table and say, this is what our problem is. The country is not going to make any progress. No, absolute no progress on people sit down, accept mistakes, take responsibilities, there's accountability, then everybody can say, yes, this is the way we go. Typical example, look at what's happening in the creeks in Nigeria. Look at what's happening in Ogoni. All the resources, the loans Nigeria takes, the money to repay those loans are coming from crude oil. Nothing. The last announcement for railway, there's nothing for them. Nothing. And they are talking about, oh, as long as you have injustice, forefathers, you will have these elements. Once you have injustice, you will have these elements because they are looking at any straw to grab. They will look for any straw to grab.
But there's injustice in many parts of the world now. You don't see them necessarily resorting to this.
Yes, but there is a level of injustice. Look, the African, if you want to deceive, example, the African level of injustice is too bad. It's absolutely bad. Yes, it's absolutely too bad. Where does this happen? Okay, let me ask you a question. Can you go to Texas where you have the oil, that's the major oil hub in America, and you won't see the development, you won't see the impact of the money, of the oil money in Texas? Is it possible?
So those are nations that
you want to compare. Go and look, take it. Let us stop. One of the disservice we do to ourselves in Nigeria is that just like Renan Mokri did, we want to compare the worst with ourselves. No, let's compare the best with ourselves. Go to the creeks. How many barrels of crude oil have come out from Bayelsa? What is the impact? But then other places will show.
To be fair, you can't expect all these things to happen for you when your ancestors didn't do the hard work. Neither are you agreeing to do the hard work to build
what is the hard work? What is the
hard work is to build a strong nation that is not based.
It is not. Sorry, I don't agree with you.
Somebody has to do it.
Let me tell you your problem. Dexter, hold on. Let me tell you your problem.
You've started now.
I tell you a simple problem. Let me tell you. Look,
we are discussing the topic, not me.
Hold on, listen. I don't all this talking nonsensical, right? I don't see what it profits anybody. Look, see, your problem is this. You always find excuse for failure in political leadership, and that is our problem. Because all this talk, even this case of South Africa, what do you think is going on there? Hold on, listen.
Where's the excuse I made for political leadership?
Just hold on. You see, because look, you don't want to address the problem. Maybe you look at the symptoms and then talk, and then.
I'm saying you are supposed to have built a strong nation. How is that making an excuse for political leadership?
Excuse me. That's what you do. If you don't realize that, okay, and then the next thing you do, you blame the people. Okay, you blame the people, but then you fail to understand that leadership is everything. Everything has to start with leadership. Those that have the privilege, no matter how they come to power, is their job to show the light, show the way, and then the people will follow them. That's the job.
But do you think that the people have a role to play in it?
The people will follow when they show the light. That is their job. Okay? It comes
so first. The people don't have a role to play.
Excuse me. There's no point having this argument. Is the leaders, is the followers? No. If you happen to be a leader, it doesn't matter how you come to office, but of course you should come through the right way so that you have legitimacy, so that you have the moral authority. And then if you know what you're doing, people will follow you. It's not the other way around. But you always your instinct is to defend the leadership and say it's the people. The people with the problem is the fault of the people. That's why you get it wrong. Come on, excuse me. Look, I listen to you. I listen to you.
Attack the leadership just for the sake of it without even trying to address the root cause.
excuse me, most of these things are quite simple. This South African problem, if you think about it correctly, you discover that, first of all, it's the government. Where is the government when all this is happening? Okay? Law enforcement. That's what it is. And then who is responsible for that? It's not political leaders. And then, of course, the people. Yes, the people. Look, law enforcement. That is the cross of it. And then, of course, we can think about the people that are actually committing this crime, their position, their education, their opportunities, their deprivation. Okay? Yes, they're not without blame, but you have to understand it, see it in context. That's the way you address problems. And it exists everywhere. You know, we call it xenophobia. It's transferred malice. People have no opportunities. They feel deprived, and then they see, you know, kind of scapegoating. It's a natural human, you know, instinct.
So
attribute.
should it not be condemned and made accounted
No, I'm not
for?
saying you should not condemn it. Okay, you should understand it and condemn it, but then see the problem in the right context. It's not, don't try to kind of psychologize.
Is that not what I'm doing
It's not
when it
something,
comes to
it's not
national
something that
issues?
is peculiar. It's not something that is novel, that has never happened before. It happens all the time, happens everywhere. And talking about divisions or divisiveness or clannishness or tribalism, again, it's not a disease that you're gonna cure humanity of. It's part of, you know, being human, who we are, what we are. Okay? No, excuse me. Yes, first reality and have proper understanding. Yes, I mean, it can't eradicate tribalism or clan, you know, or well, you know, I mean, people being, it's like acting in groups, right? Okay, starting from the family, people live in families. That is division, if you like, but it's just the way human life can. That's the only way we can exist. Okay, you know, this voice for us to.
Can I ask you a question? If I ask you, can you? We can't. If I tell you, can we? We cannot eradicate wife beating. Would you say we cannot? That it's okay that we cannot?
It's a silly question.
If we say we cannot eradicate murder, would you say it's okay that we cannot?
See, what kind of analogy is that? It shows maybe either you're not serious with,
because,
you know, the conversation
to you, let me give you my reasoning. But to you are seeing questioning tribalism as a bad thing.
Excuse me. It depends on what you understand. What you mean by, you have to first of all have proper understanding of tribalism. Okay, because maybe the ism there may make it, but in reality, it's just like when we talk about nationalism and nationality. Okay. So maybe nationalism may have, you know, like the connotation of something bad, negative, right? But nationality, it's just something natural. Okay, nations exist. The English are English for a reason. The Germans are Germans for a reason. Are you with me? So that is nationality. Okay, nationalism may be something. It may be kind of some, you know, a connotation of something negative, excessive, maybe love, or maybe kind of you know, the denigration of people outside that, you know, outside the people outside. Okay, no, but ordinarily, nationality is something that is good. All right, you can't develop a strong country, you know, that looks after its people, cares for its people, without that sense of belonging, that sense of a geography. You know, people owning a land, being in.
Is it not nationalism that makes that possible?
Sorry?
Nationalism is what makes that possible.
No,
all nations are built by nationalists.
Look, sorry, what I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is, okay, when we talk about nationalism, maybe there's a kind of, like a tinge, you know, of something negative, right? But if, for example, nationality, you can't really have anything negative about it, okay? But, you know, of course, you understand what a nation is, and from there, nationality, that's you know, that sense of belonging, right? That sense of geography, of a people, one people. So what is that? Nothing is wrong with that. That is how human life, that's where we live. That's how we live.
The main issue was about tribalism, though. Well, I was saying...
Okay, even in that, tribalism, it can be wrong in every sense, right? It becomes wrong when, when it leads to maybe somebody, you know, kind of like denigrating discriminating against people that are outside the tribe.
Yeah, but that is the point of tribalism. That's the point of tribalism. To be a tribe is not a problem.
Not necessarily.
But tribalism is connotation at the negative aspect of it.
A tribe, that you belong to a tribe. What is wrong with that? Of course, I belong to a tribe.
Okay. Let's not get confused. Oti, let's try to be organized here. To belong to a tribe is not a problem. To be proud of your tribe is not a problem. To even believe your tribe is supreme is not a problem. It's when you use that supremacy to undermine the tribe itself without even knowing it, by undermining the boat, which is the nation that the tribe is operating under. You see what I mean there? So that is what I call toxic tribalism. If you want to even define it that way.
Because you're bringing. If you're
hold on, let me explain what I mean. If you have a nation, if a tribe, hold on. See, let me try to explain this to you so you understand. If you have a nation and your tribe is within that nation, and you make a decision that undermines the nation because you are narrowly thinking about your tribe, in reality, what you've done is you undermine your own tribe too. Like we have seen demonstrated in Nigeria, because our people cannot think in 3D. All they think is my tribe, my tribe. They don't understand that they are part of the nation. If you undermine the nation, your tribe is also affected. As simplified by so many countries around the world that have so many tribes, but they understand that when it comes to their national interests, they have to come together. When it comes to the national issues that will make that nation better so that your tribe will be better off, that is the right thing to do. But what that lady was doing there and what the one in South Africa was doing was undermining that. That is what they call, that is what tribalism is supposed to mean. But now, because we now have associated tribalism to being proud of your tribe, I would say toxic tribalism. In other words, you are applying tribalism in a way that's damaging to the tribe itself.
Well, I mean, I understand that. Yes, of course, and that's why I'm kind of I'm not. You have to. Yes, even when, as I said, when you talk about nationalism and all the isms, like they're kind of their ideologies. You have to be careful, right? Because it can easily get out of hand, right? And that's when we're talking about maybe tribalism, and then it becomes then you're so much enamored by your own tribe, by your own group, that then you think others are less inferior, or that denigrate them. Are you with me? Or so that is, we understand that. But in reality, that you are proud, I don't know, Yoruba man or Igbo man or Yoruba man. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, there's
nothing wrong with that, of course.
It should be like that. And therefore, that's not really the problem we have. Okay. So people saying that we should somehow, we're no longer tribal, or that some people say that I am not, I don't know how there's a common way that he doesn't know tribe or something. Look, to me it's bullshit.
Miss Sauti, let me come.
Sorry, let me finish. There's another way to say it. This is that somebody is not tribal or something. No, come on, listen. You see, first of all, you belong to a tribe before you even, in our own case, before you become a nation, before nationhood, okay? Because, I mean, you are born an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, or Hausa, right? So, but it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't mean that this kind of affiliations that are mutually, if like they are mutually exclusive. No, exclusive. They can coexist. They can coexist so long as everything remains within its proper bounds. Okay, you have to respect people. Okay, and that's really what counts in the end.
Yeah. You see, Fafada, you are actually discussing with the wrong person, because if you know Mr. Oti, the way he sees things, he tried.
Oh, that's the wrong person, because I don't agree with him. That makes me a wrong person.
No. What I'm trying to say, right? You're actually the wrong person to discuss this kind of thing with, because the way you see things, right? Mr. Oti,
sorry, look, I'm expressing my view. So how can
just hold on.
Just hold
on. When I mean rock person, I don't mean it's not in bad way, right?
No,
I'm trying to say, hold on. What you are. This is the problem. I thought you are a lecturer. You should be a lawyer. You're supposed to be a very good listener. Man.
No, listen. You said, how can you be discussing with the wrong person?
You started everyone. Why calling me the wrong person? Why are you the wrong person?
Just listen.
Yeah.
What I mean, Mr. Oti is the wrong person to discuss this issue with. Mr. Oti, I wanted to actually pray. I said, is subjective on issue. He does it. His position is taking is very accurate. You know, but because Mr. Oti does not see it because you are not Igbo, you are evil, you don't know anything, you are inferior. He doesn't see there are people that have this kind of trait. If it was somebody like that, I would push a lot of questions to the person because I've seen people here calling that tribe. I usually fight them like, stop this. Because it's ignorant. You doing that. It's just if you see a white man that we think there is no house in Africa, for example, it's ignorance. It's pure ignorance. That's what it is. Because you just feel, oh, you live in America, you are the best in this world, you have the best marshal. You are because you did travel, you refuse to travel. This is the problem. So he doesn't see things, he sees things subjectively. He has a lot of humanity. I've seen his argument here. That's why we disagree on some things. You know, that humanity is what makes you human. Humanity should be the first thing. Yeah, you can identify with your tribe. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Discriminating against other tribe, see other tribe is less human. See, this is where the problem is. You thinking like, no, you are nobody. This argument is very flawed. I see it a lot of fallacy.
It's even happening within tribes.
Yes,
it's a human thing, and you have to contain it.
That is what Miss Auti is saying. It's a human thing.
Can I ask my brother a question, please?
Which of your brothers? Which of your brothers?
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
I'm the only emo person here now, so now me, she's asking me.
we get 3 emo here now. Uzo. Hello,
all this one
are
fake. All this one
Hello,
are fake
Mr.
emo. Uzo and the comparing for they are fake emo. No answer them.
We're all one people, regardless. I do believe that identity politics is becoming very toxic in Nigeria. So it's causing too many misunderstandings. Like now, if this thing we call identity tribe is very straightforward, why are we struggling to understand each other? Like, this is mini Nigeria now, between you and forefathers. It's like there's a misunderstanding. Both of you are right in your own right. I'm not siding anybody, but I just want to ask that, is it possible that someone is tribal and still patriotic? Which one should come first? Is it your tribe or the country? Then if it is the tribe, and we have is it 200 or 500 tribes, and everyone is allegiance to their tribe, then who is going to do the honor? How are we going to come together? So how? I find
okay. Is there a question, right?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
See, let me have a go. Try to answer. You see, in human life, right? We can never avoid conflicts, maybe contradictions or paradoxes. So, but for anything to succeed, any common enterprise, because living together, even as tribes people, even amongst the Igbos, or if somebody from Mbaise, or rather a lady from Imo State doesn't for some reason hates people from Imo State, hates people from Mbaise. Okay, so and then when you come to, say, for example, Nigeria, right? Again, it's all our common enterprises, right? We have to live together and cooperate to succeed. There are going to be conflicts. We can't avoid it. And I think what should come first, the basis of that, of any kind of that's this common enterprise succeeding, is honesty, right? People have to tell themselves the truth. The moment you don't speak the truth, nothing works. Because look, all of us we belong to different tribes, okay? So we have to acknowledge that there is some maybe differences, different outlooks on life, different wherever, we have our differences. So that honesty, we own up to it, all right? And then, because we're not the same, we're different. No, but we have, we agree, that agreement consensus to build something together, to cooperate. A nation is a cooperative enterprise, in a company, a business, right? So that we're working together. This is a common project. It's for common interest. So that understanding, that willingness to be part of the project, and then of course the justice. Okay, justice. Without justice, sense of justice, fairness, equity, it's not gonna work. And that's the problem. That's the problem we have. That is it.
Yeah. That's not a question, though.
Sorry?
The question is about how do you put your
your
nation and your tribe?
Which
one comes first?
Listen,
something like that.
Look, in Nigeria, okay, let's kind of, if you like, let's concretize the problem. In Nigeria, okay, at least the people that make up this country called Nigeria, they have to willingly want to live together. Okay, you can't force any people into it. It's not gonna work.
But Mr. Oti, Nigeria we are not forced to live together now.
Yes, we are.
What are you talking about?
No, we are not forced to live together.
Excuse me. At some hold on.
In the formation of Nigeria.
We choose.
Excuse me. That is the lack of honesty. At some point, some people were actually forced. All right, it becomes an imposition.
At what point exactly?
Oh, God,
let's go back to
from the time
People before the Civil War. What do you think it was all about?
We need to teach.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Right?
There was a Civil War.
Okay. Let's focus on the question that was asked so that we don't lose that track of that, because he needs to answer that question about between your tribe and your nation. No, but that is not the question that was asked. Between your tribe and the nation, which one should you put first?
No, that's not the question she asked. Okay. You see, the question.
Okay, please, if you can ask the question. Maybe I put it wrong. You can ask the question again.
How do we live together? That's the question she's asking. Okay, because we are different peoples, right?
No, she didn't ask how we should live together. She says,
"Oh, that's my interpretation
of
it."
Ask him again.
She can explain herself, perhaps if need be.
Yeah.
Okay, in a nutshell, let me just make it very straight, because it's quite deep. It's very, very deep. Like, with over 200 tribes, how can we
live together?
Build, not just live together, because living together is part of it, but there are other things. How can we build a nation,
succeed,
successfully, if we are tribalistic?
My answer to it.
1 minute. Let me round it out. Let me just put the cherry on top. Without being tribalistic, and then choosing Nigeria first before the tribe, or should it be the tribe first before Nigeria? Because you see, they are interwoven. It can't work. We have to find a balance. So that's my question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. A minute, and then if you can go to see, first of all, I don't think you have this kind of they're mutually exclusive. Being loving you as an Igbo man, being kind of a good Igbo person, and it can't actually be a good Nigerian if you're not a good Igbo man to start with. It's not a contradiction, right? So it's not mutually exclusive. Look, first of all, be honest to yourself, right? Okay, and then you come around the table, the honesty.
I'm talking about tribalism, not about goodness.
Tribalism again. Tribalism is something negative.
Tribalism between Igbo, and then tribalism between Igbo and Yoruba.
First of all, you have to listen. You have to be able to distinguish tribalism. Having a sense of a tribe, belonging to a tribe, that's not tribalism. Tribalism becomes something negative when, it leads to, if like a denigration, a kind of yes, the people that are not part of your group, tribal group, when your own tribal sense of,
you mean, for example, what that lady was saying about some Mbise people, and that is it not tribalism, ethnic tension?
No, that's not tribalism. That's profiling.
You can be talking about tribalism.
That's not tribalism. That's not tribalism.
Else, okay?
That is illiteracy.
Okay, they all belong to the same whatever,
Yeah, belong to them.
Somebody that is not belonging to
That is interesting.
Okay,
so what you call it, that's one of the things I'm talking about.
That's I mean, you can't look. It exists, okay? But in the situation of Nigeria, for example, we have all these tribes, okay? The only way, because we are all, that difference is there. It's not something you can eradicate. It's natural, right? I mean, I'm not gonna. I feel, and I'm a Igbo man before as a human being, right? Human being, and then this is my background. This is what I've grown up. This is my experience. I have what outlook, kind of the way I think. My, even my language, right? The language.
That tribe now, tribalism is different, don't it?
Sorry,
yeah, tribe comes first.
Kind of a package, right? That's what makes me who I am. And now, some other person, maybe a Yoruba person, also has the same, the same package. That's the difference. Then coming together to be one nation, which is like a cooperative, a common enterprise. Okay, and I'm saying that what is required with my Igbo-ness and with his Yoruba-ness for us to succeed, there has to be, that willingness. Okay, the agreement, the honesty that we want to build something together. Okay, number one, that's honesty, willingness, agreement, and then of course the next thing will be justice, right? Fairness. Come on, fairness, or come on, playing. I don't know how people say it. Fairness. And
I think what you are doing is you are describing the essential ingredients to inspire people to put their national interest first. You see what I mean? That's what you are describing.
Well, I'm just saying that these are yes, the ingredients, the criteria, the only conditions for success. Okay, otherwise it's gonna be continuous war and
But let's say those things are in place. I think because our question is driving to something. Because what if you are in a situation where the nation is not perfect, and you are supposed to now make decisions to get that nation to where it should be? Because remember, you are already within that nation.
No, sorry,
so are you supposed to make decisions based on the national interest or only on your tribe you're going to be focused on?
Listen, for us, no nation, nothing can never be perfect. We live in this world, right? So, but then you see, we have justice. Well, also what is called rule of law. That's why we have the law courts, the judiciary, because invariably they're going to be conflicts. They're going to be, so that's why we have the institutions. Okay, no, but I'm saying, even before the institutions can even function or work, we have to have these basic elements. If people don't believe in this Nigeria you're talking about, I mean, how can you even have an election? Are you with me? If people don't even believe that they are part of this, whatever you're doing, nation, so nothing else works.
But is that not their problem that they are not believing? Because they are already part of a nation. You can't.
No, excuse me. Let
me explain to you. Is it not a psychosis? This is why I call it a psychosis. Because you are in, like now, we are all here because we are Nigerians, but you still say you're not Nigerian. You are already Nigerian, just like you're already Igbo. Sorry. You are already Nigerian, just like you're already Igbo. Your job is to make the best of it and put the Nigerian image first, because that is
no. It doesn't work that way. Is it by force? How?
No, it's not by force. But I'm just trying to get you to understand. This is how it works.
No, it doesn't work that way.
You can't put Nigeria image for your tribe, for where you come from. Even your forefather can't do that. Even though they can't do that, you put where you come from for put Nigeria. Nobody can do that.
Uzo, in reality,
Nigeria will never work until you put that.
You see that in reality,
no. You can't put now without where you come from. Without me coming from being an Eastern man, I'm not a Nigerian. For me to be a Nigerian, I must come from somewhere.
Of course. After all, see,
so for you to be a Nigerian, must go from somewhere. You can't put that one first.
Let me get Uzo to say something. Hold on, Oti, come on, man. Oti, you have been talking for ages. We're giving you a lot of time. See, Uzo, what you said makes sense. But in my eyes, when I'm making decisions and helping Nigeria, I'm helping my tribe. You see, that's the mistake our people make. Yeah, when you help Nigeria, your tribe is better off.
Yeah.
Don't you understand? It's like being in a boat or in a ship. There's a hole in the ship, but because it's not affecting your room, you think it's not going to affect you.
Mm-hmm.
No, you are going too. That's what I'm coming for. You're going too far.
What question? Hold on, Nobzo.
We will not allow someone to say something. I mean, you guys will not allow me to say something here. Let me just log off and go and answer.
Sorry, Uzo has been very patient.
Uzo, please. Uzo na my ogali
I not be oga. Go find your oga there, beg.
I beg, come on there. Mr. Oti, please, what is the simple reason? Just a very simple reason, from your experience, from your religion knowledge, traditional knowledge, everything. Why do you think God created people into different tribes? What's your single reason? Why do you think God created people into different tribes?
Uzo, I'll allow you to maybe answer the question and go on.
No, you answer. I want you. You that is talking about something. We can. Okay, don't worry. Then I think Mr. Oti is not ready.
Let's leave it for now. Uzo, go ahead. Please.
Oh, you see?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you for that.
Uzo, go ahead.
It's from the east and it's born in America. All right. What would see was? I mean, my son is from the eastern part. But you know, he's from Igbo. The answer now is, where are you from? I'm an Igbo boy. All right. In short, in the cultural day, he's going to Igbo attire to school, but he's an American born. First, is where he comes first. Even here in America, they will tell you this is a cultural day. Represent. Come from? Are you going to represent where I come from? If you know that thing, that was my report. So if God created anyone that God created you to put, God put it there for a reason. Even the Bible recognized put it for a reason. So it didn't put it there because of and I see people. Someone was an Igbo person that born in Benin. People around him, he heard people in Benin all the way from his childhood. He heard from beginning to end. You don't even know the name of his eldest uncle in the village, but he can tell everything about Benin people. So from Igbo, God put him in Benin to help people have a reason to belong wherever I want to belong. So that's my point. So,
okay. I think
I wish anybody can answer that question for me. Father, can you answer
that question have no answer because God created for a reason. He can create. He can be an Igbo boy. He has born in Benin.
That's the reason you want to know.
We want to know the reason.
Yeah. That
God created you as a Benin man.
Yeah. Why did God create us into tribal and nations? This is a very simple question.
So what you are saying now? Why you saying why God didn't put the world in one? Why God create Nigeria, create America? Why don't you call it one place? That's what you are trying to say now. Why do you have America, Russia, and all over the place? It's the same thing you're saying. No, it's something you're saying. You can say, why did God create each country? You can say, why did God create different country? Why don't you create one country only? That's something you're saying.
Yeah, you answer it now if you want to.
I have no answer.
Okay, let you answer. Let me have no answer that can help us. No, it has an answer.
I think the closest anyone can come to is depending on how you look at it. It could be an accident of.
It's not.
Let me put it this way, because remember, tribes have function that was beneficial to people. It was like a nation to people once. So
yeah,
when you can ask, okay, why did God create them in the context of Nigeria, or why did God create Nigeria in the context when there's already tribes?
It's actually both. Tribe and nation. It's actually both. Tribe and nation. It's actually both.
It's an English language.
Yeah. So
there's nothing in an English language that represents of them.
Hold on. Here is the reason why I asked that question. The reason why I asked the question is when people hit on my tribe first, my this first. Yeah, it's our tribe first. It's our nations first. It's actually.
What did they call tribe in your language?
You hold on now. Hold on, Uzo.
Now, what they call tribe in language? In my language, I don't have anything like tribe. Like, what do they call like in Igbo language?
Hold on now. Hold on.
What do they call tribe in Igbo language? It's an English word created by white men. What do they call tribe in your language? There was no tribe or this in your language, in your village before.
Yeah, let comparable fact come in.
No. Sorry, forefather.
You just went off just now.
No. People are still saying online God did not create us, Ito tribe. This is not actually correct. God created man, Ito tribe and nations. The main reason God created my two tribe and nation is for us to identify ourselves, for us to know ourselves. This is the single reason. So your intention of God created you into a tribe to oppress other tribe, no, that is not the essence of God creation. This is one thing we need to know.
Oh, that's the main image just now. It sounds a little bit airy-fairy, I must say.
What is the name of a tribe in your village? What's the name of the tribe? Why? Just to separate us. What's the tribe in your village?
That for us to know each other. What is that? Are you not going to know each other if you're in the same tribe? You know, so but what is our statement? I don't know.
Yeah, you say what?
But it's all right. If you are in the same tribe, can you not know each other? Why did you say that God created tribes so that we can know each other? It doesn't seem to make sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense because you have to be a deep thinker. So
identify yourself is the essence of,
hold on.
Maybe
he's onto something there. Maybe he's saying something.
God loves structure, right? So just imagine if God did not create us to tribe and nation. So I just see you, everybody will just be walking around like not knowing each other, you can't identify who is who, you can't. So that is the statement. So it's very accurate if you look at it very deeply. So what I'm trying to bring up is God did not create us into this tribe for us to oppress ourselves, for us to think we are better than the other tribe. No, that's not the reason. Because even the argument of my tribe is superior, my tribe is better, my tribe is this, it's all bullshit. Because the truth is, Hello can be from a particular tribe. She's better than another person from another tribe. There are people from that tribe that are better than her. There are people from another tribe. So it's not just accurate when people speak in that form. Every tribe have, for example, have intellectual people, have people that have people in terms of every profession. You will bring out the best. You will bring out highly educated, high knowledgeable people. So you still have low life people in every tribe as well. So that is
but this thing where God.
What is the tribe called in Awuchi? What is the tribe called in Awuchi? What do you call in Awuchi?
Let's allow Elo wanted to say something. Elo, please go ahead.
I wanted to say something.
Okay, comparable file wanted to say something first. Okay, go ahead, comparable files.
So, let me be very blunt about what I'm going to come. You know, we need to come with empirical facts. I am an Igbo man before I become a Nigerian. So that's a fact. You know, the data is there.
Why are you an Igbo man? Okay, tell us why is that the case? Because you were born in Nigeria.
Hold on.
Because all the people have.
No, let's do the logistics. Let's do the logistics of this argument now. Why are you born an Igbo man before in Nigeria? Please let us know this now.
Can you let me talk?
Please go ahead. This is going to be fun.
If you let me talk.
Let's hear it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, like I said, I'm an Igbo man before I become a Nigerian. That's a fact. The empirical data support my submission. There's no doubt about it.
What empirical data?
Father was a Nigerian in 1940 where I come from.
Let me finish.
What empirical data supports it? What are you talking about? Okay, please help us out. I need to understand it. Why do you say that?
To your question about being a Nigerian or whatever, you know. So my answer to that is no. Alliance with a tribe and ethnic group is not necessarily mutually exclusive with loyalty to the nation. That's a fact. It become a problem when it become a problem when you have a stronger alliance to your tribe than the nation. That's where there's a disunity. If you watch a country like America, nobody in America will say, they always said, I'm an American. Nobody's going to say, I'm a Chinese American. My alliance is going to be to the Chinese
only the black Americans. Oh, black Americans.
Nigerian American. It's all about American unity. This is why they identify, they have a national pride when it comes to. But we are very tribal. You know, we don't have. Well, they still identify. No. When they go outside the country, They are proud of being an American. You can take that to the bank. Even the Black
And
Americans.
cut it out.
Yeah, they carry the flag on, and everything as an American. But we don't have that,
I'm not sure you should be any less proud. I don't know.
Because they have a working government. They have a working government.
He has gone with the working government now.
Sorry,
who makes
she's
it working? Who makes it working? Is it not them?
Because America is a successful country. Yes, they have a reason to be
let's
proud of.
let's allow Hello to finish.
The bottom line is that it is not mutually exclusive. That's the bottom line.
No, it's not. I agree with you on that.
Wait a minute, you can identify with your tribe and identify with the nation at the same time. That's why it's not mutually exclusive.
It can be just as strong for both, because I think the one is still for me. One is linked to the other, and they are just as I'm loyal to my tribe, I'm also loyal to my nation.
Do you have a tribe?
But it become a problem. Hold on. It become a problem.
What makes you think I would drop from somewhere? Did
somebody I don't know your tribe now. I don't know your tribe. I don't know your tribe.
Like you now.
Don't mind of for
but it's good now. Because me, I'm part of my tribe. I know where I'm from.
Let somebody speak now.
Can we allow Hello to speak, please? Please go ahead, Hello.
Thank you very much. Comparable facts actually came very close. He answered the question in a balanced way. That's what I believe. Everyone has the privilege to stand with their point, and I respect that. But for me, I do believe that you can marry both and create a balance, but the environment has to be what's it called again? Environment has to be conducive for all those tribes to grow without being extremists. Like me now, you can't tell me I'm not Igbo. How dare you? I am a proud Igbo, but I don't have to put it on my signboard that I'm Igbo. I don't care, man. Exactly. I am who I am. I know who I am. But if I belong to a country, I will serve my country with all my might. I will bring, because I'm serving my country with all my might, I know who I am. And when I come to the center, other people know who I am, but I'm not going to terrorize them or carrying placards. It's like carrying flag up and down, disturbing, terrorizing. But I'm not going to do that shit. Just the balance in a society that works very well, that obeys law, not a mediocrity kind of environment, not a place where you will tell someone, like now, we're supposed to share something, and I'm to give forefather something, and I'll ask forefather, where are you from? Then, man, why should I ask him that?
Exactly.
Take this damn thing, man. Why should I ask where are you from? I don't bloody care where you come from. As long as we belong to the same country, you and I have equal rights.
Is it not the
justice, right? I do not believe that anyone should be marginalized in Nigeria. All Nigerians are marginalized. Maybe some, like from where I come from, they're quite open about it, and people should not criticize them for that, because they have the absolute right, like any other Nigerian, to speak up. So if you know you're going through whatever, speak up. But for me, I don't believe in labeling myself to belong to any category. Where I go, I feel, if I see forefathers now, I don't care where he comes from, as long as we are all Nigerians. When I see Nigerian outside, when I go out, I'm really, really excited. I'm like, oh, you're Nigerian? Yeah, I'm very happy. I don't even ask where you're from or something like that, unless maybe when they start speaking the language, I understand. I do not care. And I'm not nosy about it.
As a matter of fact, from people, if you are not Nigerian.
What of Ghanaian? What about Ghanaian?
I don't ask. There's someone, 1 minute, let me give you an example now. There's a lady, my friend. She's my friend though. She had a baby, and almost 6 months now. I've never wanted to ask, what's the name of your baby? Because I know the baby, one day she will tell me, it's normal that one day she will say it and I'll hear it. I'm not nosy to start asking you unless you want to tell me. I don't believe in labeling and baggaging people, grouping and all that, ganging. Robbie, I don't do that. I will do what is right as a human being, and I am carrying Nigerian passport. Before, when I was hearing about things, I don't want to go back to maybe like Biafra and stuff like that. I was learning things. But once I have looked at all the cards on the table, I've made up my mind the right way to follow, which I believe, I want to live in harmony with everyone, regardless where you come from. If you want to be, you're proud of where you come from, yes, why not? You want to wear your agbada, why not? But don't terrorize me or, as we're arguing about it now, what's the point? We know who we are and we're proud of who we are.
Nice one.
I respect who you
for
are,
father.
brother Benaventure. Yes, I'm so proud of who you say you are, and I accept that. So what we are discussing now, I don't understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
Father, why are you destabilizing us again?
Look at that. No, sorry about that. I was just trying to play something.
Just playing with mouse and everything, though.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
She says some very nice stuff right there.
Yes, I think what she said was very, very.
Just humanity. Humanity is. I think
I've said it now. She should go and back up.
Yes, just humanity. By the way, some people.
We need the do our voices, and if he should go back to Nigeria too,
You said what?
She should remain in the United Kingdom.
There was one word I was kind of in this.
No, Oti love Nigeria. Oti that usually say.
No, I know, but he's just going to argue everybody to death.
He's now professional. Don't buy
Oti is one, but he likes to question this.
I was trying to.
Sincerely, Oti humanity is very strong. That I know for sure. Listening to him.
I know.
That's what I respect about people. Your humanity should be very strong.
And he questions almost everything. Anything you say, he will question it.
He's a lawyer. That's his training. So he's not in doubt, man. He's gonna.
Must he be a lawyer to question everything somebody said? Must he be a lawyer to question everything somebody said? No, he's a lawyer. That means no question. It's common sense, my friend.
I don't know.
Don't come here for a lawyer.
Hey, Rofo.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. He's been nice today, actually. He's
no, if I'm not here to question what somebody said now. He's going to say something that's wrong.
Now put the Uzo Dima they plan for Imo State.
What the name of the tribe we are village now? We really the tribe.
You want to go kidnap me?
AY, let me play this video of a South African describing her experience in Nigeria, which is quite interesting. And it gives you another point of view, perspective of what Nigeria represents to some people that are not even Nigerian, especially South African. Let me just play it now.
I cannot believe the experience that I'm having. I'm honestly feeling like an American in the sense that, like, when they get to South Africa, they cannot believe that that's South Africa. I feel like Nigeria needs a better PR team because, wow, it is absolutely beautiful, guys.
I don't teach you about this Africa in schools. In American schools, they lying. I hate American propaganda. Nigeria is beautiful. Africa is beautiful. The people are beautiful. Burger King, Domino's. Man, Pizza Hut.
Guys, Nigeria is beautiful, man. The city that never sleeps. Of course, Lagos right now, Lagos. Beautiful roads. The only place is foreigner to appreciate
experience to what a lot of the experience that I'm having. I'm honestly feeling like an American in the sense that, like, when they get to South Africa, they cannot believe that that's South Africa. I feel like Nigeria needs a better PR team because, wow, it is absolutely beautiful, guys. We went to a few places. I'll show some content once I get home, but it's beautiful. It's stunning. It's beautiful. We're on an island, so obviously it's a very different experience to what a lot of people are experiencing, and I don't want to negate that, but I do think that people need to know that this place is so stunning. We went through some like residential area yesterday. I could not believe what I was seeing. I'm like, damn. And also the pricing is like outrageous, out of this world. I'm like, why? But it's outrageous. Like, this place is stunning. And yesterday we were at some like restaurant thing and there was a live band. I was like, oh my goodness. First of all, it sounded like a recording. But, you know, I was looking around, everyone walks in with such a boldness. It was so African, man. And I think that's why I liked it. Like, the whole experience was so African. There was Amapiano that, you know, the live band was taking us through. But there was so many, like, Nigerian songs playing. They even played gospel at some point. But it was so African, and everybody loved being African. People were there in their traditional attire. Some came in like normal casual clothing, but people were there in their attire. So proud. I couldn't believe it. I was so taken aback and mesmerized. And I was thinking, you know, is it because they built everything by themselves that they have this boldness as Africans? Like, what way should it have been? Should we have been colonized, gotten the infrastructure, and then, you know, taken it forward and then learned to be bold? Or do you build this for yourself? And Valid, I do know that they've been colonized. I'm not going to get into that because I don't know the history, but you can see that this is stuff that they are building by themselves. And it's just insane. Like, that was my thought process while I was sitting there yesterday. I was just like literally thinking about all these things because the boldness, guys, like, they are so African, and I love that. They're not trying to, what is the word, assimilate at all. Man, what an experience. But yeah, that is my check-in.
From fashion to...
So, well, let me get back to, you see, every time she kept repeating the term African, African. And I've had a lot of people, when they want to say something about Nigeria, they'll say Nigerians are unapologetically African. And yet, from my point of view, I see Nigerians as they have colonial mentality quite a lot. But compared to other Africans, they see us as like unapologetically African. We don't apologize. And if you think about it, it's not true. It's quite true. Because if you look at Oshomole, when he was in the House of Assembly, he was wearing a Nigerian garb. He wasn't exactly wearing suit or tie. None of that. He was dressed in Nigerian attire. And if you look at our House of Assembly members, they are not dressed in suits. They are dressed in African clothes. So, which is something maybe other people actually pick on and think, you know what, these guys, they are quite different from most African countries. They are unapologetically African. For me, that is not even a part I look out for more recently. I'm beginning to discover that Nigeria as a nation is actually has a lot of good that it can do. Not only in Africa, it can do a lot of good for its people and the world entirely, because we are quite selfless. Can you imagine a country like Nigeria emerges as a power, given all the things we've done? All the other powers, they always take advantage of people all the time. Anytime they go anywhere, they take advantage of them, but Nigerians don't. And maybe it's a bad thing, actually. Maybe we should be, you know, everything that's coming out of Liberia, they should be giving us royalty, because we make sure that their country is okay now and Sierra Leone. That's what other nations do.
Forefathers, you talk about this selflessness. Nigeria, our politicians selfless.
No, definitely not. Awful
So
bunch
on
of
what
people.
basis are you, you know?
What about you, Papa? Are you selfless person?
That Nigeria is a selfless country?
As a nation, if the nation was a human being, the nation would be is the most selfless nation in the world. If you compare it to other nations, well, when I compared it, I was quite shocked to actually see how selfless Nigeria is.
Sorry. And if our leaders are not selfless, how can Nigeria being selfless, is that a virtue or a vice? How would you describe that?
If the leaders are not selfless and the nation itself is selfless, the nation being selfless on its own stands on its own. It's not about the leadership. As to be fair, most leaders are actually quite selfless. They are not selfless. I mean, like in Trump now or Keir Starmer, they are actually selfless. Are good. That's the difference.
Because you use the word selfless. It's something that is it sounds, it's supposed to be a virtue, right? You know, somebody
yes,
good nature. But if your leaders, if not the politicians, right? If they're not selfless, it really cannot. I don't know why you talk so much about it. You know, because as if it's something that is we should be proud will feel good about it. We are good people. We are, I don't. It doesn't make. I don't understand what you mean by that, because if we have selfless leaders,
it's a very, very interesting point you are raising.
If we have selfless leaders, we wouldn't be in the position where we find ourselves. So,
your question is, how can the selfish leaders within nations rule nations that are actually selfless? Clearly, most of our selfless actions were done under military regime. Let's face it, from ECOMOG to of South African struggles that we engaged in, and name them. Most of them were done under military regimes. But some of them
the Benin Republic, did they pay for the?
We remember the one that
okay. What about that? Did they pay for the spending of budget?
Some of them are done under the Democrats too. So the point I'm making is that, are you going to use the individual leaders as a definition of the nation?
No. Another way of looking at it is this: maybe those leaders, be they politicians or military, they were doing it more for their own selfish interests, selfish pursuits.
But if they were doing it for their selfish interest, that's the point. That's the point I make. That's what makes it selfless. Because maybe there's something. No. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I'm making now, so you understand me. See, maybe there's something that is within those leaders that is that enables them to be selfless. It's not, even if they are selfish within their nation, but there's something within Nigerians that make us selfless when it comes to others. Because to be selfless means, like Trump now, everything Trump is doing, he's gaining from it. Our leaders are not gaining from it. Not the nation anyway.
It is exactly what I mean, because these leaders, they were taking over. They took those actions for their own maybe political survival, or for whatever, are you with me? So in other words,
then why are other nations not doing it?
And therefore, you can't really describe it as selfless, because they were doing it for one thing, maybe for their own protection, for their own survival, in office or whatever. So calling it selfless.
So are you saying that Obasanjo going to negotiate the peace deal? Obasanjo going to negotiate the peace deal for Ethiopia so that they can stop the fighting in Ethiopia? That was selfish.
No. You see, because if
supporting
no, see, but when you talk about Nigeria being selfless, right? That is, I'm sure that's not what you mean. You're talking about Nigeria spending its money, resources, sending his soldiers,
yes, including to South Africa.
So hold on. So it's not a question of Obasanjo going to mediate, right? So I understand what you mean, being selfless. And I'm saying, such maybe, adventures or ventures or, was for the, personal interest of those leaders, for whatever. It could be anything, right? And therefore, the idea of it being selfless, or Nigeria being a selfless nation, I don't buy it, because I'm struggling to.
Let me help you. Let me help you. See, Obasanjo is like giving with the left hand and collecting with the right hand. He went to Ethiopia to make peace, and he killed many people in Udi. So what is selfless in there? Their own personal interest. That's mine.
See, hold on. See, this is like seeing the boogeyman in everything. See, if that is the case, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. That is the case. Why are other nations not doing the same thing to enrich themselves? If our leaders are being selfish, why are other nations not replicating the same?
Can I answer the question? You see, the reason is this: those other nations are really they are nations that are properly governed, because they have. They plan, they have the policy, they know what they pursue their national interest. In other words, a properly governed, administered countries, nations, that are disciplined, organized, and know what they want for their country, and not all these kind of if like juntas or politicians that are really have no interest of the people.
So by that argument, you are saying that if a nation is to be selfless, they have to have terrible leaders.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You see, so I don't know what you mean by selfless. So sorry.
No, what I mean is that they take actions that don't necessarily financially benefit the nation.
Let me put it this way. You see, the idea of selflessness, when you're talking about in this kind of relationship, international relationship, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, seriously, I don't. and it doesn't have any purchase for me, that it's selfless. No. I don't think so. That is not how internet business or international relations is conducted. That is my view. That's my honest view.
Okay. When Nigeria went to Sierra Leone to help end the civil war, even when they spend their own money, lost lives to end that civil war, which they succeeded in.
Okay. Let me tell you what it is.
Calm down. Let me finish.
I understand the question. It's an example.
So they did the same thing in Sierra Leone. So are people here? They did the same thing in Sierra Leone. We spend our money, shed blood, and what did they get from it? Nothing. If that was America, oil, we'll get something from there.
Excuse me, you made the point. You see, my view of that, my take, the way I will interpret it is this, okay? Because first of all, it's in the interest of Nigeria to kind of maintain peace and stability within its sub-region, right? So
not necessarily. What
hold on. Okay, look. Now,
because others don't do it.
Sorry?
Others don't do it. Even if it's in their interest, they don't what Nigeria has done.
So, selfless, listen, for one thing, it serves Nigeria's interest, okay, to have in its region, sub-region. It doesn't have to be dealing with maybe.
Why do others not do the same thing?
It doesn't have to be dealing with maybe immigrants, and kind of all this stuff.
Forefather, right? When Nigeria went to the Republic, all right,
and also the possibility that maybe the leader making that decision could just be political for his political interest, political advantage. Right?
Let me ask you this.
It's a possibility. I would be. So that's why
I actually disagree with Mr. Oti, except Mr. Oti's position is that there is no need giving out those services for free. That's one point you can look at it. But in terms of selflessness, Nigeria we were selfless in assisting our African neighbors and countries.
How can I assist ourselves?
Because hold on now. Look at the case of South Africa, for example. The apartheid, the sacrifice Nigeria paid. You will call that selfless. Our action in Liberia. That's selfless. Here is it, right?
You know what I would call it? Huh? Nigeria as a country, aspiring, with sense of its power in the world, in Africa, African leader, giant of Africa, and all that. So it's kind of it's self-assertion. It's for its own prestige, for its own status.
Yes. No, it's also
that's important. It's also a point. Hold on, that's self-assertion.
But they didn't do it for prestige.
Oh, come on! You can't even have that. Are you listening to me? And then
I'm hearing what you're saying, but
I can't. Excuse me. So look, I'm saying, okay, for its own self-interest, right? In a way, because on international scene, okay, it gains prestige. It's self-assertion. It has more recognition, more respect. It attracts, recognition and privilege, and can of course, has extend its influence over other countries. So it has a lot to benefit from that.
Wow, right? Other nations not doing it.
Selfless. I mean, that's not to me.
To show you that is the way you're looking at it is platform.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
Other nations not doing the same thing that way.
Excuse me, I didn't. What do you mean other nations? How do you know?
Egypt wants the prestige. Why are they not ending the war in Sudan?
No, sorry, excuse me. Hold on. Excuse me. So the countries that give foreign aid, okay, would you call that selflessness or what?
No, that is not selflessness.
What is it?
And that in the way you can say is the way America uses it is a way to control the nations.
Oh, I see. Okay. So and when Nigeria is doing it and also trying to control it, and then you call it selfless.
No, hold on. What if you compare what America? Don't be interrupting me if I'm trying to answer your question. If you compare what America sacrifices versus what Nigeria sacrifices, foreign aid is nothing. America gives us a tiny drop in the bucket. Nigeria sacrifices significant amount of their funds and lives to helping fellow African countries. We even banned BP. We nationalized it because BP was sending crude to South African the apartheid regime. You know the kind of sacrifice Nigeria has made because of other countries, and we were not in any position to be doing that kind of stuff even. And yet we did it.
Fofana, you are right. But here is the question we should ask. As a nation, are we supposed to adopt a policies of like the America policy, like give or take? But we were not really doing that. In all this war, I think I would have adopted that. Like, okay, for example, you go to Benin Republic to stop a coup. I would charge you for that, man. I'm not gonna do it for free.
You have to extract concessions from all these things.
Yeah, I
including
think that
in
is
Liberia.
where
Nigeria would be far richer today for it if we had done that. I don't know why we keep doing stuff.
And that's the point. If it is a properly, displayed the government, properly run.
If that is your argument, I will agree with you.
Yeah.
So in other words,
that's your argument. I will agree with you.
Excuse me. Therefore, the question of selflessness should not come up because that is not what you do in international relationship or in business, right? It's not. You're not running a charity.
But yet, the nation is selfless nonetheless.
You're not running a charity, so you should look after your people. Okay, you can, of course, help others, but also, that is it can just be right. Perhaps spending your resources when you have poverty and and all sorts of evils. Selflessness.
They can't.
No, so I don't. I think it's more like a failure of government, really. Than anything else. So that is, I'm not.
It's a fair point to raise because I have to ask myself: is being selfless a sign of weakness or a sign of a degenerate nation? Because it's a very strange thing. Because you would think being selfless is supposed to be positive. People have this in hurricane attack, this in disaster. You help them at war. You go and help them to prevent famine and all. But somehow, in the context of Nigeria, I don't know whether we are.
Let me help you a little. Nigeria, let me help you a little, right? Nigeria as a whole. Let me help you. Nigeria as a whole is like.
Let him go. He's not going to stop.
See, Nigeria as a whole is like when your house is on fire, you are chasing rats aside. That's what Nigeria is. All right, your house is on fire, you are chasing rats outside. You can send jet to Benin to stop Curia. You can also send jet to Sambisa and Para to take care of insurgents in that place. So it is same personal selflessness. There's nothing in there. So no matter what you talk about America will never allow a bomb to throw in their soil. We can't say anything for a bomb to land on their American soil. They will do everything. They will not. They can do anything. They can be stupid. They can do anything. But to allow a bomb to land on the American soil is what they cannot allow it to happen, no matter how bad they are. You know that in Nigeria, it doesn't happen. They're just like your house is catching fire. They are chasing rats outside the country. That's just it. So you have nothing to do with.
It's a fair point.
So as I told you, nothing like it's like. You give to your left, you give with the left hand, you collect with you give with the left hand, you collect with the right hand. You are there making peace somewhere, you are killing your people back home. Does it make sense? You are murdering about 100 and something people in your home, and you went outside to go and make peace. It doesn't. That's money for you. Yeah.
We should have been extracting wealth. I must say Dangote is trying to do that now, but not in the way our government. He's looking to build refineries in East Africa now. If he does that, he's making money.
It's a private individual. It's a private business. Don't even put that conversation.
That is how it works. That's how capital
it's a private. Don't like talking about Microsoft now or Elon Musk. All this. What we're talking about. It's a private business.
Father,
that's how capitalist systems work.
Dangote is also, he has a program to generate.
Sorry. Let's bring in comparable facts. Let's be fair. A comparable fact, please go ahead.
Yeah, Dangote is a capitalist. His investment, he look at it in a global context. Even that we have refinery in Nigeria. Even with the global conflict going on right now, Nigeria is the fifth, I think, second or third largest increment was about 45% since this global conflict. So it's the oil in Nigeria Dangote is happening. It's not just for Nigeria, but it benefits Nigeria to a certain degree. So when you want to talk about it, I thought the argument is kind of mundane. The area we are narrating this conversation. It should have been, what can we do to elevate our country? Our mineral resource, the earth mineral and everything, cultivate it to benefit us. If you look at in African context, there's about 54 countries or 54, 55 according to the OAU, but the standard is 54. You know where Nigeria ranks in terms of nominal GDP per capita and PPP, which is what you use to measure, country richness. It's not about GDP. Yes. You have to use the nominal GDP per capita. You know that St. Kitts is the richest country in Africa, followed by Mauritius, Gabon, Botswana is about 4.
These are just local government in Nigeria.
Leave those numbers, I beg.
Nigeria is the 4th country.
No, it matters.
In terms of
doesn't matter.
No, we are. Nigeria run. Don't fact check me. Nigeria run between 35 and 40.
Letting out 100.
And comparable fast. Have you tried to find out the GDP per capita of Banana Island, Ikoyi, and all the other put together?
Even though this weekend, you know GDP per capita this weekend. You are talking about.
Actually, the size of some of those countries you are mentioning, though.
They are very small countries.
Yes,
honorable is here.
Passat, who gave you this cap?
Calm down. I may not respect that cap. You can also put mark anyhow.
Passat has not been to Nigeria.
You don't put mark. If you try to wear that cap, you don't put mark anyhow.
Uzo, you calm down now.
You just set up for a moment.
Okay, let's welcome Passat. It's been a while we've had for Passat.
You don't get respect for elders. You don't get respect for elders for a while.
So for you not
pass that out now. Come on.
Passat is an elder now. Passat is an elder. Get him respect.
I beg you. Calm down.
See, let's welcome Passat. Passat, where is he? Oh,
Mr. John, not come the other elder. Elder just appear anyhow. All this elder, they are telling you anyhow.
Passat network is not good.
Yeah, I've been seeing him in the chat now and again. He comes on the chat. He must have been busy in the US.
Passat,
and everything.
When he saw everybody,
So-
now they call it.
Doesn't matter.
He's still an elder, though. You have to admit.
Don't mind him. Don't talk about it. Sorry, everybody. Don't call him an elder. You better respect elder so that he can be elder. You can also reach your hand.
Me, you calm down, Rofo. You they respect me. I not be your elder.
You. You look like this. You might do not what I hear. See, in my last born heads when you talk, that's like to give you. In my last born,
I love
you. You can hear me when slap. Your hand big. Go and talk.
Let's get back on track. I think should we shift to the American wahala that has been going on?
No American wahala. You know the American. No American wahala.
We've not heard from Ify. I don't know.
Yeah,
what's going on now?
No, if he doesn't understand, if you want to say, you can say something.
Yeah, you have been talking this morning. You just want to listen
now because of who's on now.
He can't because he has some men. He can't look at some men. You know.
Which are some?
He don't come view.
You never stop being rough. Yeah, anytime you show up, you just start.
But for real, if he's the only selfless person I ever see, I hear. If he's the only person I can say is selfless. No, for real, Paul testify in everybody. That's the only person I've seen that Paul testify when he went to Ify place, right? If he take selflessly, everything. So every other person here is straight, giving you. Say why you don't call my name? I know your village, Joe.
Let's bring Jonaba in. Jonaba, thank you for joining us.
Now, maybe that far away there for that which, maybe that tallest tower. 120 meters. That 120 meters, I need build them. I go shut them down. It won't take time.
What is 120 meters?
120 meters tower, that NTN tower in that which, I need build them. I'll shut them down. It won't take time. I'll tell you now.
You see, now Uzo is in full flow. He wants to start.
Let's
just allow Jonaba work. Let's welcome him. Jonaba, I don't know whether you've heard. If you are free to comment on everything you've heard so far, especially the South African episodes, you can see that even the lady that led the chant and persecution of foreigners, she too is persecuting fellow South Africans. And they ended up even attacking the South African because he couldn't speak Zulu. Can you imagine? South Africa is a country of multiple languages, but because he couldn't speak Zulu, they attacked him. And the lady went on to also laugh at South African women that were murdered, 2 South African women. I followed that case during that time, and they fed to pigs because she said they were Zimbabweans. But the lady that was I played on the video said she knows the people are from her area that were killed, and the lady was laughing at them. You see our inhumanity to each other, how it undermines us. And because of that, I also played a video of a Nigerian very dark man listening to a Southeastern lady bad-mouthing fellow Southeastern people, even people within our state too, bad-mouthing them too. So, and that is what it kind of encapsulates the idea that when people are divided, they will always, people that are one division, they will always want division. Wherever they are, they will always want division. So that was the conversation we were having earlier on, and it led to asking questions about which one comes first, national identity or your tribal identity. But you can approach it from any angle. Because my own take is that we need to move towards the Trump issue so that we can, round up this in the discussions. And I find it interesting what Comparable Facts said, that he was a tribal. He was born a tribe first before he was born a nation. I tried to have him explain how that is possible. Whether when he was born, then he goes back in time when Nigeria doesn't exist, then he now comes out suddenly as a Nigerian. That's confusing to me, because to me, when you're born with as a Nigerian and as an Igbo man at the same time, all at the same time. You have the same identity. All right. So please go ahead. I can't bring you to the center for some reason. This thing keep coming off the center. I don't know how that is happening. You know what? I'm just going to flatten it. Let me flatten it.
Welcome, Janaba. Father, the link. They want you to send the link.
I thought I sent the link just now. The link is there now. Who is this Dickinson official? I sent the link. The link is right there. I thought, let me send it again now. I don't know why they are not seeing it too. Let me send it again. So yeah, Janaba, what do you make of it? This South African episode. Do you think we should sanction them because they've been doing this to us repeatedly? Maybe they deserve. I believe they should be sanctioned. Nigeria should either force their companies to pay compensation to those Nigerians that were attacked in South Africa, or if they refuse, then they sanction them from this country. After all, we supply them crude oil and petroleum products. Why not? You can't keep. Nigeria has been taking this for. It's been happening repeatedly. It's not once. It's not twice. It's not thrice. It's not 4 times. It keeps happening. Are we waiting until they kill hundreds on the streets? And their government officials are around. Yeah, please go ahead.
And fellow panelists, good evening to everyone. On the South African, there's no much different from what I said the last time, but just to say it again, it damage someone will always do damage to somebody else. If you have been abused, the tendency of you abusing others is there. And to me, humanity, regardless of where you come from, you come to this world as a human being. And every human being are conceived the same way, give birth to the same way, regardless of your ethnicity, your tribe, and all of that. And then when it comes to that, if you have that big heart, you can see someone, if you're a decent human being, on your way now and there is an accident and you will not stop those people, and you don't want to look at their color to do that. You don't want to look at their tribes or whatever to do that. But when people come from whatever drives them, of course, I'm not here to change it, but the evidence is there that humanity comes first. And people have the right to love those that are close to them and interest. And your interest, if I'm doing business with you and your interest is at stake, you're not going to look of my tribe. You're going to look at your interests and protect it, because that is what bring whatever you are looking for, whether it's money, whether it's influence, whatever you are looking for to go to the top. You look up to that. But South Africans have the history of violence in them. That's what you see. And this is also, you should accept that the same way we have accepted so many other people. And here, when you see the trauma the African Americans have gone through over the years. And we may say it the way we feel. And also, we cannot say their government are not aware of it. And someone must be benefiting from this kind of the division among the Black in South Africa that they're attacking. The government is supposed to do something about it. How many times you see the president of South Africa have a big conference call and call the officials, make a case, except Julius Malema going around, a big boy, big heart. Other than that, those people, what they do is to bring them to themselves. I'm talking about whosoever that cause among Black people. They'll bring one person close to themselves and use them to be the mouthpiece or a messenger to carry out their agenda, to be doing that. But the reason why they are able to do that is because those people are damaged. And that's not like we too in our society, we are not. But you just have to take heal and get treatment. Some of these things are illness that they just go away with what. If you find out too, they are very religious people like us. And when all those things play out, you're always going to have that kind of divide and control work among them. And then poverty, on the level of poverty, also bring those things. You can easily incite violence among poor people because of the state of their life. So it's just what it is. But hopefully we see that our government stand out and just push back on them. You weigh your options. You weigh what you lose, what you gain. Sometimes you don't have to do what is popular than to do what is right. But sometimes people want to stay in the face of the people, tell them what they want to hear and not what they need to hear. The government of Nigeria need to stand out, and other African to push back on that. We all participated in the freedom of South Africa from apartheid, and now this is what they are doing. But I also know that they are damaged, and hopefully they pull back if the government push back on them.
Yeah, thank you. Let me play this video of Amunike just as a kind of respite about, I think it was kind of satire about what is going on in South Africa. I kind of trying to mock it based on the events in South Africa. I think that was quite interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, that's it there. Let me play that.
Much to the Minister of Home Affairs, who is responsible for illegal immigrants. When they speak to a white person, they are very respectful, they show manners. When they speak to a black person, they are violent.
Why? You don't employ our brothers. Why?
I've employed them.
Where do you mean? Fuck you! Hey! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Jesus.
Hey, no. I want to check the establishment. Want to see your boss.
You want to see my boss and check the establishment?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Follow me.
Aibo.
How may I help you?
How was your day? I'm good, and you? How are you? I'm good, and you?
My friend, why are you shaking? I can't hear you. Your voice is not clear.
I say, how was your day? I'm good. How are you? 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Hey! Please, can we talk about this?
Jesus.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I'm here to complain about employees. They were not attended proper.
This is my establishment. I can employ anyone I want.
Oh. 1 minute.
What is the update? Fuck you! Fuck you!
I'm begging my people employee. I beg you in the name of God.
You know what? My assistant will talk to you.
Oh.
Education is the only thing that will help South Africans. If you don't take advantage of what government is giving you free, you will always fight with foreigners for house girl position, security guard.
The thing is, I am willing to employ each and every one of you here and pay you any amount. But the question is, are you qualified?
You foreigners know our qualification.
You see, most of you are not even qualified. You don't have enough skills aside hunting. And of course, since there are no antelopes, you've now resorted to witch hunting foreigners.
I can drink for money tonight.
Yes, even me too.
I can dance on my piano from now till next year.
Even me too. I can dance on my piano from now to next year.
No GCSE, no A level. You will end up in McDonald's.
Anyways, enough of this Afro foreign hunting. There is an interview going on now. If you feel you're qualified, you can come and give it a shot.
Go get me my guns.
Okay. Gun for what?
I want to give it a shot. I'm a very good shooter, a hunter.
I mean to try the interview.
Oh.
This stupid.
Are you
This is playing. Okay, we're going to start with current affairs to know how serious you are with these affairs. Who was the first president of Ghana?
Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana,
In what year?
1957.
What led to his death?
Prostate cancer, but not scientifically proved.
Good. You passed the interview. Come back tomorrow for your documentation. Congratulations.
Now, somebody say I don't watch you, Father.
I heard that you passed the interview. What was the answers? Answer me.
Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana,
Number 2.
1957.
And number 3.
Prostate cancer, but not scientifically proved.
This is the position of director. What would you bring to the table?
I drink. Yes, I drink. Morning, afternoon, night. Sometimes I smoke. Oh!
Rubbish.
God have mercy on us.
Don't fear.
Tell me your name.
Let's have it. Let's have it.
Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana.
What year were you born?
Jesus.
1957.
Hey, Jesus.
He got it right.
Are you okay? Something wrong with you?
Yes. Prostate cancer, but not scientifically proved.
Let's not throw away the baby with the bathwater. He got the answers
Come
right.
on, Papa, I don't have to work on any show.
No, he got the answers right. We can't throw the baby out of the bathwater. He just got the questions wrong. What was that? Who was saying something? Hey, why were you saying something?
I said that was really funny, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to mock the fact that they don't dare. There was a video of them trying to go into white neighborhoods, and the white guys were just cocking up their guns. They are ready to throw down. Immediately they turn around.
Sincerely, Black South Africa, they are almost leaving their own country. If you know their situation, it's very bad. In terms of the land, the white people that are around 7%, they still control up to 70% of the land. The company you see in South Africa, that's why you still give some credit to Nigerians. If you come to Nigeria, majority of our company, our banks, they are owned by Nigeria. A lot of our company owned by Nigeria, they are still there. A lot. In South Africa, majority of all the company, up to 80%, they are owned by white. So the crisis is much. It's really much. But they're putting the hanger on Africa, the other Africa countries. That's where the problem is. Instead of them to deal with their problem, deal with their economic issue, deal with their land reallocation issue, they are now putting the hanger on Africans. So when an African commits a crime, drugs, or fraud, whatever, punish the person, leave the innocent people alone. For example, they face Nigeria a lot. There are a lot of Nigerians still doing genuine businesses, doing working legally, legal in the country. Why are you after them and their family? If we are not saying, if a Nigerian commit a crime, punish him for the crime. Let him face the law. It's simple. So you see the argument of Adam Shumale in the Senate. Adam Shumale actually, his suggestion was to nationalize the South Africa companies in Nigeria, especially the MTN, what's the other cable net company.
Yes,
he said nationalize it. You know what they did? In less than 24 hours, South Africa government, they started replying to Nigeria, pleading, this is not about South Africa government are not involved in this, blah blah blah. But you have to push them. You tell them if anything happen to in Nigeria, we are going to nationalize those companies. We are going to tell our people to come back home. We give their job in those companies. Period. You have to be tough. We are not defending our people enough.
It's been happening repeatedly. I don't think this is. Our leaders should have acted a long time ago, because when it don't act, it happens again.
They don't see us finish. That's why.
Yeah, now see finish.
They don't see us finish. And again, like you all said, we blame our leaders, because they know that they're not going to do anything. And just like you guys said earlier, the ones that have happened in the past, what did they do?
Yeah,
absolutely nothing. And this is gonna keep on going on, keep on going on.
Why would you allow your citizens to
people
like
decide
that
to go back home?
Nobody is paying
What is
for
this?
it.
If I may ask, what is in South Africa? I've never been there, but what is
It's
there?
the failure of the country now. That's why everybody is
there is
running
nothing there, because I have a friend here. When she tells me about South Africa, I'm like, okay, this is literally Nigeria.
If they have electricity at least.
But
it's true.
So on that, I don't think you are aware of this. Dangote, he has a plan now to generate up to 20,000 megawatts of electricity.
Yeah, I'm aware, man. That is quite big,
so
man.
The infrastructure, we need also
it's such a good thing. Just one man. We own our country.
So we need,
and that's what I don't understand.
That is why
government keeps saying,
can't do it now.
Let me say this.
Sorry, forefathers.
He's saying it in a good way.
Let me say this.
I meant it in a good way. He's saying that it's just one man. I'm saying
yes.
More people should generate more billionaires.
Why can't the government do it?
And you don't think it's a problem?
It's not.
I think it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Okay, let me explain why it's not. You see, the issue why you see government are claiming what's it called? They are claiming credit for there is no fuel scarcity in Nigeria because of this war in Iran. The simple reason why you did see fuel scarcity is because of Dangote refinery. Yes, what Toti is saying is kind of technically correct. It's not a good thing for only one man to be having all this investment, but we need more capitalists. Those that are saying Dangote is a capitalist, we need more capitalists. See, at this point, the way we are going, the government does not have business building refinery. Even Nigeria refinery needs to go. Let private investment. Nigeria should focus. Hold on, let me finish this.
This is a subject we should have a debate on, okay?
Yeah, I would really love to debate you on this.
Yes, because I have quite a different views about this. Good. For one thing, now you see the monopoly, right? A few individuals. This kind of that is a major problem. Even in the West, in the so-called advanced democracies.
But nobody is doing it.
And then when you also consider our own situation, all this we talk about inequality and whatever. A few individuals, okay, can actually control the destiny of millions and millions of people. What kind of the idea of a democracy or equality of persons? I mean, what is the basis of that? When when we're talking about the then the sectors of the economy are just in the hands of
a few individuals are controlling the fate of billions of people in the West. What do you think Elon Musk is
before interrupt me?
So, I'm saying but I'm just trying to let you, Elon Musk is doing the same thing in the West.
Oh God.
Government shouldn't have any business.
Sorry.
Government regulates.
We have to.
Okay, Fofana, let's start from one person. Let's go.
We don't have to. Whatever is happening in the West, we don't have to do it. We have to think the way the direction our own development should take. We don't have to follow everything that's happening in the West. Okay, I mean they suffer from some of the things they have done. If we think carefully, we should also, in some areas make changes and then find the best way for ourselves. Now, for example, this individuals owning banks, right? So I don't know how you think it is conducive to, if you like, to wealth of a nation, right? So you have a few individuals that are fantabulously wealthy and rich. And then the mass of the population are kind of living from hand to mouth. What kind of in a future? What kind of civilization? What kind of you have to think about this. I'm looking at it that way. Is a question of political economy. So yes, of course, I don't have anything against it if he's the one that can provide electricity. But you see, and there's a serious but. So this guy, when you think about his control, his monopoly of the national economy, I think it's a good thing for one man.
But
no, it can be a good thing.
Right? What is the solution, Oti? What is the solution?
Because I don't want to be interjecting here.
Janaba wants to say something. Okay, go ahead, Janaba.
Can I ask you why something?
Not yet. Let Janaba finish, then you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. In terms of any part of this world, is government regulates. It's a failure of government that you be afraid of what the monopoly, the capital. All the city people live around the world. In America, you find out your gas, your electricity, some belong to the city, depends on the area, your telephone, it's all the same thing. The problem we're having in Nigeria, government is not working, they're not regulating, they don't even know, the lawmaker don't even know A to B, and they're just then sharing money. But in any part of this world, America don't have American, they regulate.
That's if like the kind of we said free market, but there's strong regulation. You can't do you can't have a market economy without strong government regulatory activity. But we're lacking it. It's failing Nigeria. But I'm saying if we're where we are as a nation, is part of the kind of conversation we need to have. So what kind of economy are we
government should step up and
this is
encourage more private business owners. It's a small business that grow country. Country doesn't grow by the government. That's when, and I think if we are presenting ourselves before those people in Nigeria, this animal that in Abuja, they will look at us that we are in the same level that we don't even know our left to right. It's because they go there to share money. They don't have an idea.
Well, it's true. And you see, this large monopolies, they kill small business. Those businesses that actually develop national economies.
They're the one that
where all this kind of this large.
Dangote have more employee than many other. That's the way it should be.
I think Janaba, I think we are missing something here, because when I look at the way America developed and many even Western countries, when they became industrialized, it took monopolies to get them there. At this stage of their capitalist evolution, because when you have capitalism and democracy, at this stage of their evolution, they tend to build large monopolies. They are the ones that create the strategic industries. Today, you are still seeing them with the AI, this thing. How many companies run AI, this thing?
Do we have to go the same
route? Fofana, to add to that, it's not, for example, the power sector is not actually a monopoly. You have a delicate beauty power plant already. Elumelu is beauty power plant. Femi Otedola is building power plant. Dangote is not even the first person. So people are building
and
power.
Then why don't we have power? Why don't we have electricity? If all these guys are building...
The total capacity we're actually producing in Nigeria, and it's up to 30,000 megawatt. The problem of Nigeria electricity is mainly distribution. Transmission and distribution.
I don't care what it is. Why don't we have electricity?
So... Okay. You know what? We need.
Why is the distribution though? That argument, I'm not sure I agree with it, because if you say distribution from the center, fine. But we know power gets to every house. So why don't you just build it in every state or every this in LGA so that people can actually get power?
Now. That is where we are now. If I tell you a lot of states, like in Abia, there is a power plant.
That's the only one we know.
There is a power plant.
That's the only one we know in Abia that is running.
Oh yeah, in Lagos there are battery power plants. So there is
that are not running.
Going on into electricity right now. We just hope, like what John Abba said now is very correct. The government needs to be very strong in the area of monetary, policies. They need to give good policy. Open up the space, like refinery. Now it's not only Dangote refinery. Abdul Samad, the owner of what was the cement company, Boa is building refinery in Akwa Ibom. Is gonna be ready anytime from this year. It's gonna be ready. So if that go to up, give more people that are capable licenses. Let me finish this.
Is it not remarkable?
Look at the hold on. I need to say this very important. If you measure something today about herpes is doing a lot already. We are not saying it's perfect. We need more people that can go into the industry and compete with herpes, so that only herpes cannot serve Nigeria. Nigeria is too much. So this man is doing a lot already. You need more people in aviation, in power, in oil and gas, every area. But the government needs to be strong.
I was wondering the policy about herpes.
The government is corrupt.
It's not easy. It's the only one basically.
She said, "Well, what did she say about herpes?" I just want to know.
No, it's a complaint. Not her.
Enemy of progress. Is that it? You are trying to read herpes business. Is that it? Is that the
but it's not easy.
No, forefathers. No, this is serious. It's not about.
Yeah, I understand what
trying to bring them down. You see, we lack good customer service. Okay, whenever you criticize the company in Nigeria, you get sued. I don't think you were here when I said it. There was this guy that had a problem with, herpes. It's not really a problem. You know how they change your flight and keep you and tell you to go from Lagos. You're not going from Abuja to London again. You're going from Abuja, Lagos to London. So he came on social media and called them out. And he got a letter from their son telling him to retract the statement and apologize, or he's going to face the consequences. So he told them to bring it on. And he went to UK Aviation, whatever, civil authority or something like that, and already laid a complaint. And that is one thing I don't understand. And you ask yourself, what is Festus Keyamo doing? When you have a lawyer who's supposed to be in a law firm, does not have any business being in aviation, that is what you get. Here, if you call an airline out, they're going to fix the problem immediately. Are you going to keep Funke Akindele, whatever her name is? She called him out. She made a video, called a live video. What did they do to her? Nothing, because she's a celebrity. But because this guy is not a celebrity, you sued him and told him to, retract the statement. See, me, herpes, I will never fly that. I mean, when I say I will not.
No. If you look at
it, see, I flew herpes. Herpes, they are quite nice actually. Hold on, before you start. Oh, hey. Before you start saying that, the point is that I know that you have to get a pay for the second luggage, which I find a bit weird, but they will make a little bit extra sacrifice that other airlines will never do. Like when there's a confusion, they try to help resolve the confusion. In my own case, there was a bit of confusion and I was a little bit late, and they managed to alert me, call me that I'm about to be late. so that I can come in because they were delaying me at the check-in area. Not Turkish airline, no, not Turkish airline or British Airways. They will not do that for you.
Why should you even go? Why should you go to airport late? Why should you go?
No. You see the attitude. Point is that the checking people, they were holding me. The security people, they were holding me, and they were taking so long.
This is my point. If
I was on time, I was just there. I didn't know that because I thought they were checking for something sensitive. So I was there for a long time.
So the bottom line is this: instead of suing the person,
yes, I understand. But look at it this way: if you look at the solution, we saw what happened in the telecom sector, right? When MTN started in Nigeria, you know the cost of even to make a call in Nigeria, within Nigeria. You know how expensive to get a line. People were paying up to 30,000 naira at some point. So that is monopoly. But when Econet and Glo, once they joined the competition, everything reduced. So you have to deregulate the whole entire system. So you need, that's why I said you need more MPs. If you have 5 MPs running in Nigeria, if MPs is misbehaving, you buy ticket from the other company. So they have to sit up. You need that competition. When you give anybody monopoly, trust me, even if it's you will even do the same. You will not care. But now MTN, if I have MTN line, if they are misbehaving, I'll throw it away. I'll go and buy.
They are stealing people's data now. That's
so you see how
that's I won't be surprised
that happens in Nigeria. Hey,
my data is
we need to open up this. When I was in Nigeria the last time,
what I want to do is I want to compare how much data I use here versus what is disappearing in Nigeria. Sometimes 20, I think at one day 40 GB just went. They say they use 40 GB. Whether we are using it, we are not knowing. I don't know. So I need to confirm before you start accusing the MTN of stealing data.
Even unlimited data stuff, they say it's no longer unlimited.
Bro, the way
can you hear me? Can anyone hear me at all?
Yeah, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So, APs. How is the standard of APs has been flying? What are the bodies, or is there any governmental bodies or official bodies that are always checking on them, making sure that their machines are serviced on time?
They just collect money. That's the corruption.
Up there? I know maybe in the beginning, 1 minute guys, in the beginning maybe they got the go ahead, but do they go, you know how you take your car to MOTs and check it maybe every 3 months or 6 months or stuff like that to make sure that all the parts are working properly in synergy and in harmony for safety when you're up there? That is one. And then when there are complaints by customers, because I see a lot of dramas online of unsatisfied customers, sometimes they will say, some people may term it to tribal, which is not. Business is business. If I pay for me to be a passenger for your service, I expect you to give me the best service equivalent to the money I've paid. You don't treat me like a nobody and now tell me in a condescending manner that I'm being this or that, trying to label it to wriggle your way because you know that you have done wrong. Then you try to term it something else. So are there rules in or departments that look into these companies when customers complain to sanction them, to punish them one way or the other? You know, when the customers are complaining, are there places above APs in the airline department in Nigeria, flying airline department, that people can go and lodge complaint above APs for them to be punished severely?
Madam, we are very bad.
You guys are just condemning APs like if they are just a basket.
Not only APs.
Is that bad? I didn't experience it too. What is all you guys say? I didn't experience it.
It's not me. People are complaining. But I don't think they have good customer service.
Yeah, we are very bad.
One. And with that,
what kind of service people use? Not the ones I saw in the UK.
What do you mean?
The one in the UK is nice, actually. I don't know which ones you guys
airline. So you can't keep people for 12 hours without giving them accommodation. You can't keep people
exactly
12 hours without giving them accommodation, without giving them food.
Yeah.
Maybe they are treating you. They are giving us proper treatment. The Americans are
going abroad. They give you preferential
treatment. Oh, are you talking about the local one? Are you talking about the local service?
The local one now.
Okay. The local service. Okay, now I'm talking about international one.
No, this guy, the one that happened to Funke is from Nigeria to London. The guy that called him out is the same thing, from Nigeria to London.
Okay.
Yeah, but let me shock you. When my cousin they were coming back from the east to Lagos, and one of them supposed to board the airplane to Lagos. Guess what? The one that took the road got there before the one that's supposed to fly. Why? Due to cancellation and delay. I mean, how can you even justify that? That somebody who drove from the east got there before the plane. Got there, sat, relaxed, took a shower. Nigeria.
It was nice to fly. It was nice to fly straight from London to Nigeria.
Management.
Let's bring occasion.
For fathers, I don't know if you can allow. If he, I don't know why you criticize this business. I don't think. Do you think that APC wants to run late?
What do you mean by criticize?
No, I'm telling you. What these guys, what they face in Nigeria. I've been an airport in Nigeria.
What they are doing in Nigeria, if they do it in abroad, that airline will not be functioning.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I was at an airport in Nigeria, and all of a sudden they said, what they call executive movement or whatever. They shut down the whole airport, and they waited for our flight was supposed to leave. We waited for another 2 hours. Because they said someone in the executive, maybe a minister was, a governor was coming. I mean, they just
my brother, do that in abroad now and see.
Yeah, so
it's not the fault of the airline. That's the point he's making.
So what this guy faced,
I understand.
This guy faced in Nigeria is a difficult place to do business. I mean, I've told this story before. Like some people, we're talking about Dangote and this. I studied geology and mining before I came to the US, and I did my industrial training with a drilling company in Lagos, and we did a water works project for Lagos state government. So it was a World Bank assisted project. We did borehole in Epe, Ishomolu, Ikorodu, so many Ikeja, so many places. But let me tell you this story. So like when you lay the pipes for water, when you get when you hit the aquifer, water layer, you have to drill past some other layers. So you can put the sub. Then when you put sub, it puts, what they call screens. Screens where water enters into the pipe, because it goes all the way up, the pump pumps it out. So we're supposed to use 2 screens, for the project, 2 screens. So I was just a student, what they would do, they will put one screen and sell one or other. The company, the headquarters office doesn't know about, they don't know about this. So they will sell it about, it was expensive. It was like about, then a long time, it was about 50,000, 50,000 naira or whatever. It's a long time ago. But anyway, so the company, they found out, that they were doing this. So the company would, anytime, like when you want to, lay the screen, put in the screen, the company, they have to sell someone from the office to come. You know what these guys will do? They will lay it, like person is wedding. They will come there and they will put all the things. The company will go in the night. They wake up and then bring all everything back out and take out one screen and put the whole thing back. That's Nigeria for you. That's Nigeria. So like some of these companies in Nigeria. So that's why sometimes when people criticize Dangote, I don't have a problem with him. Because he is it's his business. So he's careful. He wants to make sure that things work. You see Nigerian companies. Which one? Tell me Nitel. Where is Nitel? Tell me water works which water works work in Nigeria. So I mean like it's
the system.
Okija, what do we benefit from the government? Can you tell me one thing you can say that as a citizen of Nigeria that the Nigerian government is doing for you or your benefit?
I mean you get air. They haven't started selling the air. So you still get it for free. So.
You have roads. You have roads.
You are wicked.
You still have that is a start. To be fair, though, there was a statement Ronald Reagan that is associated with Ronald Reagan in America that says something about "I'm from the government, I want to help." He says that's the most terrifying words. That so they too are skeptical of government, even in the American state. Hence, private institutions are the ones that take the lead.
Like I said, the problem is the government. Government is the problem.
Yeah, Nigeria.
That is how Western people see it. Western democracy see it like that.
No,
I remember
when
our problem in Nigeria.
Not every government.
When I was coming to the US, I had to get my Nigerian passport. You know what? The woman that was they delayed my passport because the woman that was doing this passport, Ministry of External Affairs or Internal Affairs, I can't even remember, Internal Affairs. So then Lagos, she was coming to work like 2 times a week. Civil servant, she was coming to work only 2 times a week. So I had to wait, like one day, like I was supposed to collect my passport. She didn't come that day. I had to wait for another week because she didn't come to work. So I mean, Nigeria,
the system needs overhaul, complete. Otherwise, otherwise.
We need to self-sanitize though. Let me add one other dimension to this. I think the system is beginning to self-sanitize a little bit because of online shaming. Like, because cameras are everywhere now, they are beginning to be a little bit more careful about misbehaving. Now, you can see that in the way they ask for bribe. You can see even the way they behave, actually, because they fear that they're going to be recorded and they are going to be posted online. And if that is going to help improve behavior, personally, I welcome it too. Because if you expect people like Tinubu and the way we do politics to change, it's not going to change. The only thing that will change them is, to be fair, shame is one part of it. Because I experienced it myself when I went to the airport. They were not asking me for bribe the way they used to do before. And you can tell they were scared. Even police people on the road, when they stop you, they are careful. They don't want you to record them because if they catch them, they will fire them. Look at the useless police officer that went and shot that Ogidi guy because he said he was a criminal. Immediately they dismissed him. So, and because they videoed it, if they didn't video it, they will probably find a way to deny it again. They will say, oh, the guy was about to run away. The guy was armed. All kinds of weird stuff they will say. But because they caught it on video, they dismissed him immediately. And I think maybe there's an element of that might help sanitize the system.
Yes,
and
Nigeria will be okay. I say good night, everyone.
On my own personal experience, based on things, when people say, oh, what are you doing in Nigeria? Based on things that I've been doing in Nigeria for how many years, you can see that there are impacts that are going on. You may not notice it when you are doing it little by little, but there is impact there. And for me, it's a proof of concept that if you want to change this in Nigeria, there are things you can do that even when the change is happening, they will not know you are present there. I mean, it's just one of those things. Just that I should add. Nigeria is a great place. Many people now, when they go to Nigeria, they will tell you, one of the things I hear most is something I said too. I said, I didn't feel like leaving Nigeria. Why did I feel like that? When I visited Nigeria, I didn't feel like leaving the country. And quite a few people that have gone to Nigeria, they say the same thing. Even I think, was it Obe that was a member of this platform? He went to Nigeria, and Rudolph asked him, "Oh, how are you doing? How is everything there? Do you feel like returning?" But he was like, "No, I'm enjoying it here. The people are paying rent to me and everything. That I'm enjoying it here." There's something about Nigeria now. I don't know whether it's like that before. I didn't feel like that before, but for some reason, when I went the last time, I didn't feel like leaving. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I don't know. I didn't feel like leaving. That is improving that you could contribute to. I don't know why I felt that way, and maybe it's just a sign of things to come. If Nigerians fix, they improve their security. Security is the worst problem. If they improve it, it doesn't take a lot. Most of us will start returning back. And because when you go home, the treatment you get at home is different from the treatment you get here in the UK. 'UK. And you feel, I don't know whether it's the weather, I don't know what it is. You just feel that. When I was at the airport and I was about to cross the DC, even if the custom people that normally they will be pestering for food, for money and all that stuff. The lady was looking at me and was like, "Oh, you are going off now." And I told her, you know what? At that moment, it occurred to me that I didn't want to leave. I don't know why it's because of a lady and all that stuff. It's possible. But I don't think it's because of her. I think it's because of the fact that I didn't feel like leaving the country at the time. There was a lot. I felt like there was a lot of things to be done in the country. There was a lot to discover. I traveled a little bit when I was there. So the country is not as bad as we like to think, And I just hope that things improve and we get to enjoy the country for what it truly is.
Yeah, forefathers, I don't know, like if you ask some kids here who have absentee father, the father that comes in and goes, like whenever he comes, the relationship is good, but start, to try to stay with the father, you start getting the rules and all the things. So that's what I am feeling. You go to Nigeria, because you are not invested there. You're thinking about your job. You have to go. You have some source of income coming. Stay there until you run out of money. You will understand. You will.
No, that's the formula, though. That's the formula. If you want to go to Nigeria, you better have something coming in from here. Because if you operate only in Nigeria, you are asking for trouble. The environment is very unstable. So you have to have some kind of investment in the West to back up whatever you are doing in Nigeria. I think that is just simply the formula. If you don't want to come back lamenting as, many have come back lamenting about Nigeria,
I agree
you
with
have
that
to have a
point.
backup.
Yeah. If you
I learned that a long time ago.
Fathers, can I say something? I want to go, please.
Please go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to submit finally that if anyone from the Nigerian government is listening, I know that it's been a long time coming, and for this South African thing that is going on, if nothing is done about it, this time that the whole world is watching, and Nigerian government don't take a strong position, a very strong, decisive decision to handle this once and for all, now is at the highest peak. If the Nigerian government doesn't do anything now about this to stop this harassment, especially in South Africa, it's happening in Ghana too. But before you know it, it's going to spread all around the other African countries. It's like a gang up. That's the way I see it. And before you know it, it's going to spread abroad too, gradually. And when we speak as Nigerians, they will say, quiet, your African people are driving you everywhere. They're already using it as an excuse. You see some of them put on their cameras their topic is always Nigeria, like as if it's a gang up propaganda kind of a thing. So if Nigerian government wants Nigeria to work and don't want Nigeria to divide, because people are fed up of all what is happening, they need to put their citizens first for the first time this time, because if they don't, they're not only going to mock the citizens, those politicians will be blamed, like, what did you do? And everyone is watching. Ghana took South Africa to the AU. What did you do? You sent your models to or whoever to speak big grammars and go to go and meet them in South Africa for what? People are molesting and dealing with your people. What are you negotiating on? What grounds? And their government will come publicly speak, pretending as if they don't know what is happening, but behind they are involved and they are buying your own people, and then you go and speak grammar. In the end, will be a laughing stock. South Africa is teaching other people how to deal with us in a very disgraceful way. So, federal government, if you're listening and you don't do anything, remember that you started this bullshit. If you don't put it to rest now and for all and teach them a very strong lesson, just poke them where it hurts, that they will never forget in their lives. If they have to pay those money we gave them that time, let them begin to pay it with interest. Thank you. I know you won't do anything. I dare you. You will not.
I really hope they do something, like you said. Did somebody catch a stray shot when you said they would send their models? What do you mean by they will send their models? Did I catch that, or you meant something else?
To send what?
Who is that now that is rubbing on their microphone as if they are at war? Who? I think it's Uzo. It has to be Uzo.
It's not for offer now. If not for Uzo, who else?
No, I thought you said something about the Nigerian government will send their models to go to Nigeria, to go to South Africa to negotiate. Did you mention models or who?
No, that's not what you said.
Okay. Because I thought she meant models. If that was the case, I would have, insinuated that she was referring to something else.
You like expanding.
What do you think I like?
The other issue we were discussing today, when you were comparing education to powers.
I meant that it was also important. It's a critical aspect, not necessarily.
Education build the future now. It's very important. Education is the future of a country.
And yet we hand them to our children, to a teacher to take care of, because it's not everything. The point I was making was that
you see, let me say this.
Not necessarily critical national asset. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be rounding up. It's 4 hours already anyway.
So Fafada, let me state this very clearly. Like those stuff I was saying today when I was saying these are security issues. We cannot really do it alone. Yeah, we need help from foreign government. We need help from foreign companies. But the issue, I just want the government to understand the issues, the concern of the people. So you have to be strategic. You know the scope of the work you give it to anybody to do for you. Majorly, if you study a lot of countries, like the developed countries, America, Canada, this country, they have people invested, private companies invested even in their power sector. But in terms of control, they don't give that out. The transmission of the grid, they don't give it out. So these are the more critical area. When it comes to production, generation, and distribution, they give it out. So when you study different countries, you will see that some country, any job that will give you so much sensitive information, they restrict you. So you see some country, for example, when it comes to energy, they say we don't want investment, don't come and invest. America is quite open, but what they do, they monitor, they investigate. Like say a company is coming from China to buy a company in America, they have to do a very thorough investigation. They have to make sure, know your interests. They have to make sure you are not going to intrude on their on people's personal information. These are things that people we don't have the facility to monitor that. We have to do our due diligence to make sure we don't give up our country completely. Because
I hear your point there actually.
Yeah,
but let me ask you. I wanted to know more about this deal because I'm not sure I know the details of the deal, because in my mind they were talking about refinery, not necessarily our electricity grid. So does it involve them controlling our national grid?
No, I was only talking in the area of power. So while we having that discussion, it was a senator on the floor of the House that said, give up the power sector to China to control for 25 years, blah, blah, blah. The issue of refinery, I'm not even aware of the details of that.
25 years, what an idiot.
Yeah, he said it. You can look for the video. But here is it.
That's an idiot.
One thing I know for sure, Nigeria government is not disciplined. You don't have business managing refinery. Historically, go and check NPC. NPC is a failure as of today. It's managed by the government. Nigeria should focus on area of regulatory. You don't have for example, we used to have Nitel. Nitel was a mess. So today we have telecom, we have MTN, we have Globalcom, we have the other companies. What you do, you make sure you, in terms of regulatory, you are tough, discipline. In terms of control, that is what you make sure you don't give up. There is limit to what you can do. You have to monitor this company. Like refinery, Dangote is doing great. If we have 3 Dangote having refinery in Nigeria, the problem of energy is solved in terms of the petroleum. So the government need to sit tight to regulate those industries. You remember when the former NAPC MD was saying that, oh, the refinery in Port Harcourt is going to start working in January. You remember I kept telling you, it's lying. This thing will not work.
You did
If
say
you know
that.
the
You did
money,
say that. I
said
say
it.
that one surprised me a bit.
You
How
remember,
badly
because I know these people. Forefather, I tell you this, common road is only in Nigeria. See, a government gave a contract. They are doing road for more than 20 years. It's not completed. Who does that? When you give company contract, you put milestone. This thing is simple. In America, that's what they do. So when you tell me in 1 year you are going to do 50 kilometers, that's the milestone. That milestone must complete. It doesn't matter. If they refuse, you got to give them a fine. A scheduled document, it is a legal document. You sign it, it's legal. I don't know what they are doing, how they do all this stuff, that we just play with everything, to be honest. But in terms of refinery, all this stuff, but you just privatize it, let it go. That's why you see the telecom.
I don't know what they are doing with the Chinese company. I thought
even look at the telecom industry, right? The only problem we're having, is the quality of service, which the government needs to deal with. But if you go investigate that quality of service now, you will see government officials, they are collecting money for all those companies to do what they like. This is part of the problem.
And to be fair, even the telecom companies themselves that are owned by foreigners, are they not even more sensitive than the power one? Because the telecoms one, they actually have access to actual conversation information. They have already given it to foreigners.
All of them, they are critical infrastructure. So the way we are even saying it now, do you know, you will be shocked if a minister under that government does not even understand the importance of those data. They don't know. In a country where government officials are using Gmail to send email to people, you think they care about what you are doing? So this is the problem. Like it's just like we're talking about geopolitics. How you have a president that will tell you, oh, they're coming to take our doctor. Oh, let them come and take more. We'll produce more. It shows the level of nonchalant attitude, the level of unseriousness of the government.
50 years behind.
Instead of you to encourage your people, your best of the best to stay, give them incentive to even dissuade them from leaving the country. You are saying a president, let them go. We will trade more. It showed the level of seriousness. So that is my concern. You gave up the tax system for France. Who does that? So we have you have companies in there in Nigeria that can, FRS are there, what's it called? RS, what's our revenue service. You do more training to them, let them have done the system. In abroad, that just tell the company, get a company, okay, train these people. You have some staff, you train them, train the trainers, they train the other trainee, and the system move like that. Then you give it up to France just because of your personal interest. So these are the issues. They are really big issue. You might think they are small. I was shocked when let me not say due respect, when a smaller country like Ghana reject America, what's it called?
MOU on health, isn't it?
MOU on health. It come with over $100 million. They reject. They say, no, you are going to have access to our sensitive data. We are not going to give that up. You have to redesign it. So let them take their money if they are not willing. Then in Nigeria, or government officials, they said the benefit outweigh the concern. When lawyers were talking like, you want to sell your country out.
Wow.
How dumb can you be? Like when you listen to these people, sometimes you want to go crazy, man.
I think we have people concentrated in the center that don't have common sense. It's like they weed out all the brainy ones and use the useless ones.
Even in the Congress, all they do, they grab power, they look for a way to do whatever to be in the House of Rep. Just imagine now they are giving ticket to Buhari's son. Buhari's son that has never worked for any company, that does not have any experience. You are going to a house that will make laws that will protect a country's future in the next 100 years. What does he know? What are you going there to discuss? So we have a lot of issues, but sometimes it's frustrating, to be honest. I mean, I wish we can. I really hope we get it right, but it doesn't
Let
seem
me
they
bring
don't
Jefferson
understand
in
it.
before we round up for today. Jefferson, since you came late, I'm afraid we are going to be cutting your time short, and
that's fine.
looking to round up. Yeah, thank you for joining us. It's been a nice conversation today, actually. There has been a positive spirit towards it. Obviously, OT came and spiced it up a bit, but still. And Panzer dropped in a bit too. Yeah, Ruffle. Panzer dropped in, and Panzer seems to be going through stuff in America, so he doesn't come online that much anymore. But it would have been nice to have him here to get his take on the events in South Africa. So, Jefferson, how are you, and what do you make of the events and the topics of discussion? You can go in from any direction.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm doing great. So, for the topic of discussion, we all know now NDC is reigning, and we're looking for a way forward because it's obvious that we need a new political direction. People who have vision and want the country to be inclusive and be conservative at the same time. Where APC failed, I can remember when APC started before, when PDP was in power, they made mention of trying to cut the cost of governance, that PDP, they were just spending money, the Ziani, they call all manner of names. In fact, they was crucifying the current WTO minister, then she was Minister of Finance. They call all manner of names. But yeah, they were not able to lay any date on her during the last administration. And look at her, see where she has gone today. Look, if I must say, the PDP at that time, they had very progressive individuals. Yes, everything was not perfect in the party, but I was expecting something different when APC came into power, to see how they can prosecute people who are spending excessively and all that. But instead, things got worse, and we are in where we are today. Yeah, even doing things far worse than what PDP did today. So I don't know, it's a story for another day. I just hope that this next election, you can do something different. So I want to address some things that my dear brother Ewa was saying regarding privatization, the power sector, the telecom, is it the refinery and all of that. Let's first establish that me and you are human beings. Now, human beings, now they make process and industries, they work. And what do I mean? You cannot tell me that there are some other parts of the world that have all these industries that are not standing strong today. You can't tell me that. How be it that even with our crazy CBN, how could be that CBN, they did not privatize CBN? Because CBN is supposed to do, because CBN, is it because they are doing money or they are just sitting in office and they're balancing the books? Why did they privatize CBN? Since they feel they cannot be able to handle it, because they are not handling things properly. They are not making, look at where the economy is going. I know I'm sounding abstractive, but there's where I'm going. There's somewhere I'm going. You call the telecommunication industry and all of that. Look, every company have the rules of engagement. If you're not doing what you get flushed out. Simple. Unfortunately, the NITELs, the NEPA, and the NNPC, they have not been disciplined to carry out a basic job function over the years. And that's why we're in this national mess today. Speaking of privatization, Dangote is trying his best. You can't fault him, and of course, they got international people. But now, I don't want to give credit to international people. Is that even international people is there? That's when things can work. In as much as yes, we need international experience. We need people we need people who have international people in themselves to be able to do something. In as much as we need them, it does not make it look like as if our people don't have what it takes. Because if you look at the submission of what one Money Point CEO is saying, it's very difficult to get people into the system because our people are not competitive. They say all manner of things, and I just laugh. I'm like, is this thing's going to fly from the sky? How many proper employment are we really getting? Most people, I can tell you one thing, if you even check amongst ourselves here, And maybe you were like 200 people in a classroom. I can tell you just maybe 10 people or even 5 people are actually practicing what they studied in school. The rest are trying to do something different. That's just what it is, just the nature of the job market. So what I'm trying to say here is that we can make it's not rocket science. This is not rocket science. They don't have the willpower to say they want to do something differently. People may not agree. I mean, Alessote is doing something differently in Abia State. And other meaningful leaders are doing something differently. It's even because of what he did, and in terms of the power sector reform that happened there, that is now making other people to realize that they can do something different to bring in power within the states. And that's what we're talking about here. So these industries are not going to fall from the sky, basically. I feel ashamed. Let me just say this here. I feel ashamed that the federal government the NDC, they are trying to give our refineries to foreign nationals when we have engineers in the country, both home and abroad, international repute. I mean, Nigeria is not new to some technological powers now.
But hold on, though. Why do we say that? When they say we should when they say we should defend our country with our own foot soldiers and everything, we complain. But when they say foreigners should come and help us fix our refinery, we say, why should we rely on foreigners? In reality, we have proven that we cannot run refineries ourselves. If you are arguing that the federal government, let me finish what I'm saying. If you're arguing that the federal government should take the refinery and give it, hold on. You will reply. I just want to go with this thing. If you say the federal government should take it from private, from their hand and give it to private Nigerians, like a consortium of Nigerians that are like engineers and everything, that I don't have any issue with that, but the problem is that they don't have it. We don't have Nigerian consortium. We have Association of Engineers in Nigeria, but they don't have a consortium that is actually can run the Nigerian refinery. If they could do that, why not? But we don't have.
I think we do. I think we are running into the wrong set of people. No, it's not possible. So here is the thing. I think we are not being fair to ourselves. We are not developing capacities. And it's shameful. Like, let me go back to what our money points guy said. When they're blasting, saying that Nigerians are not trainable, don't get it all twisted. Most Nigerians are training themselves to get what they are today. Now, won't it be good if most of all the institutions we have in Nigeria are actively involved in the affairs of the institutions we have? Are you telling me that if they are actively involved and people have the opportunity to be part of it and they won't be part of it? It is when they are not part of it, they will not say that they are lazy. Today, if you look at in South Africa, people are saying the South Africans are lazy. You want to know why? Because they have everything in their fingertips. They have people who are there, who are making sure that their industry, you know what I mean? They have a lot of industry options, varieties to make themselves better, but they don't take advantage. It's people from outside that are doing it. So that is what is lacking back home. So people are not actually relenting. You look at our military. We're not treating our armed forces with dignity. I just saw a video clip today of the kind of meal portions that the military officers eat. They eat very nice rations. But when it comes to our own, I can I can buy that food for my gate man. What an army officer is eating, I can buy their food for that food. I can even buy it for a gate man or even someone who is even begging a gate man. Is that not a shame? In a country like Nigeria that has all manner of resources. That's the reason why Boko Haram will even have more rep. They have more rep more than our armed forces. They can, because our countrymen say they don't see us finish. And yet, unfortunately, these things are not being addressed. So we need to address this thing. You understand? We need to address it.
I agree. I think a lot of Nigerians, what they say is that address the in-house problems that you have before worrying about anything else. And there's a lot of truth to it. And our government, for some reason, they just left the problems to fester.
Exactly.
The insecurity issue carries on, power supply issues, healthcare, education, political marginalization that goes on in the country.
Now, like you see this Obi guy now, all this time he has been moving from schools to schools, from hospitals, donating money. They say that the money is donated. I'm not saying that the federal government is not doing anything, but imagine the money being donated get even more than what they kind of budgeted for certain areas. It just tells you where the priority is. I mean, the federal government has it. They still have the opportunity now. This is May 2026. This is May 2026, right? They have the opportunity now to do something different. And what do I mean? They have the opportunity to make a lot of reforms. But of course, time is already, time is already running out. You understand? Because exactly from May till May next year, 1 year they have. And of course, I know in this election now, you don't need to be told now, they are relying on their horses and chariots where they can be able to go in, grab and snatch. If we can be able to tackle that problem, I want to see how they want to get in. I want to see how they'll get into office. How this current administration want to get into office. If they feel that it's just by that one. Because they always feel confident. If you are confident, let the work speak for you. And allow the process to happen. That's what Nigerians are actually looking out for. It's a shameful situation. It's actually a shameful situation. But I also want to appeal to Nigerians on this platform that we should not give up. Every one of us should not give up. But I wish there was an opportunity where we can be able to exercise our voting rights, even from diaspora. I mean, other countries are doing it. I don't know why ours is different. Because
they know what the diasporas are going to do now. The diasporas will cause a lot of trouble.
It's our right. It's actually our right. You know what I'm saying? It's our right. So there's something they need to look into.
Thank you. I don't know whether Okija, you want to say anything before we close out? Welcome.
What he was saying, I want to say something about companies, government, for instance, South Korea, they have these, chaebol. I think 4 companies, they call it chaebol or whatever. I think Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and SG. So they give them concession. I remember there was a time, I think some of them, they were involved in the directors or whatever, the owners, they were involved in tax issue. They committed tax crime, and they were sentenced to prison. But the government came in and released them, said that these people, they're important to the economy. If we take them out of the economy, if you find the company too much, it's gonna affect the labor force. So basically, like Dangote, I know some people they see like things given to Dangote. I don't have much problem with that, except if he's not doing anything, if he's being this productive, doing things for the nation. I mean, I'm okay with Dangote. And also what Jefferson was saying about labor force, Nigerian labor force, there's a big problem. Just believe it. I have some people who employed people who live in the US. They employ people in Nigeria, and they complain bitterly. Have tried it? Some of maybe your nephews and nieces. You try to have them do something. You just we understand what I'm talking about. They don't understand it. They don't communicate. They don't get back to you. They don't because here in the, when you work, if you have something to present to your boss, if you haven't done it, you would inform your boss. Okay, I'm not gonna do. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. In Nigeria, it's difficult to get them to do it, and they don't know how the labor force work. But I mean, just like some people have said, all over the place, it's the Nigeria. We don't have all those before. I don't know what they do now with industrial training. I think is this industrial training they call it in Nigeria. I don't know what they do with industrial training anymore. But I remember when I did my industrial training in Nigeria. When you go to companies, they have someone who's verse, his specialty in that area. He will make you write notes, things like that. And then when you go back to your school, you go and defend it. But right now in Nigeria, I think what they do, like just go anywhere. Maybe you are studying microbiology or whatever. You go to somewhere where they take pictures. You do your industrial training where they take pictures. You come back. So that's it is. So there's a big problem in Nigeria also because a lot of companies we don't have. Like at the time I was working with someone to get advertisers. Nigeria. We find that you go around. Basically, it's MTN, the telecom. That's the biggest company to get advert from. You don't really have another, Dangote or the telecom companies. Which other company can you get it advertised? It's so we don't have a lot of economic activities going on in Nigeria. We don't have that because if we had that, so these people would younger ones when they need training, when they go to the IT, they have so many places to go and learn things.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to. Sorry, Okija. You're like you said, that was the problem, I remember when I was doing my IT. Then there was a time called
I'm not sure you are to be allowed to be carrying on the conversation. We are trying to.
Sorry, don't be offended.
You are trying to let the conversation before you go and ignite fire, and then this place will catch fire again. We don't need that to happen.
I want to address what this guy said. So there was a time someone studied. There are people I knew that studied polymer and textile engineering in my school. So when I saw that course, I was like, wow. My mind was like, these people work in the refinery automatically. People that did petroleum engineering, chemical. I know chemical is vast, petroleum is a little restricted, but I was so concerned about that polymer and textile because I know those people work in the industry. And then I was thinking about what they can do. But unfortunately, without my small brain, I didn't know. I never knew that man is not always going to translate to what it is. I feel very saddened about people after they study that course. Majority of them are not really practicing to even produce because that is a very critical industry in Nigeria.
Yeah. Because because all these these are petrochemical companies in Nigeria. They don't produce things in material used to in the industry. They import from mostly South Korea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you see,
I think that's what Dangote said. Dangote did say that the company is not only producing petrol and fuel for cars, that they are producing petrochemicals and chemicals that Nigerian industry will benefit from. A lot of them. So that and even fertilizer too.
Yeah.
I think they were saying the other day, I was watching a news from the West. They were saying, Africans will starve if this Iranian war go on, especially or the Ukraine one that Russia goes and takes Odessa in Ukraine, that we're going to starve because Africans because Africans need the fertilizer. I was like, are you sure? Dangote is there. We don't need the fertilizer as much as you think.
Yeah, but I mean, forefathers, look at what is happening now. I know that Nigeria they use our crude and they borrowed money, so that's why what Dangote is not getting enough. But now because of the war, you could declare a force majeure. There's a problem, and then you start supplying Dangote. But Nigerian government they don't even think.
Exactly. They don't know they can be able to keep
their men. They think to help their friends. That's what they are doing. They're just helping their friends that brought them into office. That's all they are doing here. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Jefferson and Okija and AY. I really appreciate you all. And you all should really be proud that you are from one of the most, in short, the most selfless country in the world and the most generous country in the world. I will keep saying this.
So that do 2 hours. You want to close?
Yes, now 4 hours. What do you mean?
Only 2 hours. You want to go?
This is 4 hours, almost 5 hours. What are you talking about?
2 hours was your monologue now.
No, look at that. Don't start now. That was 1 hour. That was 1 hour. It wasn't monologue actually. I was playing videos too.
Monologue.
Fair point. But we have to round up. And like I said, I'm not gonna be forgetting it to say that Nigeria is the most selfless country in the world. At the same time, it's also the most generous. How does that even happen? Maybe all this churching we are doing, it does have this positive.
It's not really just, that's with us. We are generous. We are different. We have that generous spirit.
That took me unawares. I was shocked to see some of all this information start coming forth. And then there was a video I saw of Mandela when he came to Nigeria, and that comment he made it only in Nigeria when he said when he came to Nigeria he felt like coming home. There's no way Mandela ever made that kind of comment. It's only in Nigeria I felt like that. And there's something about Nigeria that many African countries talk about that we don't even see, that we take for granted quite a lot. Nigeria, if Nigeria was a human being, you would consider that human being, when the human being passes, they say, oh, that man, he was so generous, he was so nice. People forget it when the person was alive. So we have to be careful of the way we treat the country, because the country, for all its faults, it has done a lot of good in the world. Unbelievable amount of good it has helped for a country that he can do a lot more. That's the thing. He can do a lot more. For a country that has so little to do so much, it's ridiculous.
That we need to stop bringing down. You see, what another thing that's going on is that we bring ourselves down a lot. For instance, in terms of
not for instance. Jefferson is enemy of progress. He came here to cause trouble for me. Don't try to extend this show. I'm trying to close this show, Jefferson.
Only one
Jefferson, I'm trying to close this show. Let me thank the people in the chat. I have to thank the people. That Isaiah. Jefferson, that's your tactics. I'm trying to extend this show. That's not going to happen.
Playing ground.
Let me thank the people that are in the chat. Dan Isaiah 1856, I-58, I see you. Rover Bet, I see you there. Aladdin Kelly, I see you there. That's a known name, Aladdin Kelly. It sounds nice, actually. Equity, fairness, and justice, as always. Thank you for joining us. Obino, I see you there too. AY, you are also on the panel. Thank you for joining us. The Illustrious Sons. Adesina, John, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Some of them is this JJ Wayne. Thank you. JJ Wayne. It sounds a little bit like some kind of a Edo name, actually. JJ Wayne. The Edo name, it comes with this Wayne lang. AY. It comes with this Wayne thing quite a bit. JJ Wayne. Yeah. Let's see who else is there.
That was the man is pronouncing names. Say how this will go the man they pronounce. At least I know
you come and try and read the names now. Dixon official. I see you there. Dixon official. And Anthony, I see that.
It's okay.
So thank you all for joining us, and I would like to
teach people. You don't start to
look at that. We are all trying our best here. Let me try to play out today. Today I will just go with. I start with the southeast, and where's the Yoruba one even? Okay, let me finish with the Yoruba one today.
How about I play your own last? Play your
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbógbógbó fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ ní kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni. Àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o, àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
Kàkà ní kàdálẹ̀ Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Nínú gbogbo alágbára láyé. Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Olúwa. Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Nínú gbogbo alágbára láyé. Kò sẹ́ni tó dàbí rẹ, kò sẹ́ni tó dàbí rẹ, Olúwa. Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Nínú gbogbo alágbára láyé. Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Olúwa. Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Ta ló dàbí rẹ? Lonely at the top. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Try on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. Barakoto Ikisha my love. Everyone select come along. No they find anybody na money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. One thing I should get it till love. That's a life from no one. No get another one. I go take and do it till I love. Waiting you love. Waiting you love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Waiting I love. Wait on my own. No world will be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger.
Hey!